This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never told this story before, not properly anyway. My family doesn't talk about it, and I've only mentioned bits and pieces to my closest friends. But I need to get this off my chest because I still think about it almost every day. This happened about 4 years ago when I was 26. My parents had planned this big hiking trip in the Appalachians to celebrate their 30th wedding anniversary. It was supposed to be this amazing family bonding experience. Me, my younger brother Kyle, our parents, and my Aunt Diane, who's basically like a second mom to us. We're all pretty experienced hikers, especially my dad, who does these kinds of trips at least twice a year. The first 3 days were amazing. The weather was perfect, sunny but not too hot, with these gorgeous clear skies that made the mountains look like something out of a postcard. We stayed at different camping spots each night, cooking meals together over the fire, telling stories, the whole picturesque family vacation thing. My brother and I even managed not to argue the entire time, which was basically a miracle given our history. On the 4th day, my dad wanted to try something different. He'd been studying these old trail maps he'd found online and discovered this path that wasn't on the regular tourist maps. He was all excited about it, saying it would give us a more authentic experience, away from the usual trails where all the day hikers go. I remember my mom looking a little uncertain, but Dad was so enthusiastic that she didn't object. We packed up early that morning, had a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, and headed out. The turnoff for this trail was really easy to miss, just a small gap between some bushes with what looked like an old faded trail marker that you'd never notice unless you were specifically looking for it. The path was overgrown with branches reaching across it in places, but there was definitely a trail there. About 30 minutes in, something changed. I can't really explain it properly, but there was this shift. At first, I thought maybe it was just the temperature dropping or the sky clouding over, but it was more than that. A heaviness settled over everything. The air felt thicker somehow, like it was pressing against my skin. Then I heard it, this singing. It was faint at first, almost like it was coming from deep in the woods. The voice was singing in some language I didn't recognize, not Spanish or French or anything I'd ever heard before. It had this weird hypnotic quality that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The strangest part was that nobody else seemed to hear it. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, stopping on the trail. Everyone just looked at me blankly. "Hear what?" my brother asked. "That's singing. It sounds like, I don't know, like an old woman singing." My mom frowned. "I don't hear anything, honey." That's when the dread really hit me. This overwhelming sense of wrongness swept over me like a wave. My stomach twisted into knots, and I felt cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. I wanted to turn around and run back the way we'd come, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. It felt silly, being terrified of singing that nobody else could hear. So we kept walking. The singing continued, weaving in and out of my consciousness. Sometimes it would fade almost completely, only to come back stronger a few minutes later. I tried to focus on other things, the crunch of leaves under my boots, the conversation between my dad and aunt about some TV show they both watched, but the singing was always there, pulling at the edges of my attention. After about an hour and a half of hiking, my dad suggested we take a break. We found a small clearing just off the trail with a fallen log that made a decent place to sit. As we settled down to rest and have some water and trail mix, everything suddenly went quiet. Not just the singing in my head, everything. No birds, no insects, no rustling of leaves in the breeze. Nothing. The silence was absolute and completely unnatural. In the woods, there's always some kind of sound. Always. But in that moment, it was like someone had hit a universal mute button. I looked around at my family, and I could tell from their faces that they felt it too. My mom's hand froze halfway to her mouth, trail mix forgotten. My brother's eyes went wide, and then, as if we were all puppets controlled by the same strings, we turned our heads toward the same spot in the woods. None of us spoke, none of us pointed. We just turned, like our bodies knew something our minds didn't. There she stood, maybe 30 feet away, partially hidden by a large oak tree. An old woman, ancient really, wearing what looked like a tattered, filthy robe that might have once been white, but was now a dingy gray-brown. Her hair was long and white, tangled with twigs and dirt like she'd been living in the forest for decades. But it was her skin that really got to me. It hung from her frame in a way that wasn't normal, like it was too loose for her body, sagging in places where skin shouldn't sag. She didn't move. She just stood there, staring at us with these eyes that I still see in my nightmares. They weren't focused on us exactly, more like they were looking through us, like we were transparent. I couldn't tell you what color they were because somehow they seemed to change, shifting between dark brown and a pale, milky blue. No one in my family spoke. No one moved. I don't think any of us were even breathing. Time stretched out in that frozen moment, and I remember having the bizarre thought that maybe time had actually stopped, that we'd be trapped in this moment forever, locked in this staring contest with this woman? Was she even a woman? I wasn't sure anymore, and then between one blink and the next, she was gone. Not like she turned and walked away or ducked behind a tree. She was just gone. There 1 second and not the next, with nothing to show she'd ever been there at all. The oppressive silence broke immediately. Birds started chirping again, leaves rustled in the breeze, and I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. I became aware that I was gripping my water bottle so tightly that my knuckles were white. My dad was the first to move. Without a word, he started packing up his backpack. We all followed suit, still not speaking. It wasn't until we were back on the trail, heading in the direction we'd come from, that anyone said anything. "We're going back," Dad said. Not a suggestion, not a question, a statement, and nobody argued. We walked quickly, much faster than our usual pace. Nobody complained about blisters or sore muscles or needing a break. We just wanted to get away from there as fast as possible. The singing never came back, but I felt eyes on my back the entire way. Every time I turned around, I expected to see her standing there, watching us leave, but the trail behind us was always empty. It took us less than an hour to get back to the main trail, though it had taken us nearly 2 hours to reach the clearing. I don't know if we were walking faster or if the trail itself had somehow shortened. By the time we reached our car, the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the trees. That night at the hotel, we all silently agreed that we were done with camping for this trip. We barely talked about what had happened. My dad mentioned something about mass hallucination, about how groups of people can sometimes share the same delusion because of suggestion or environmental factors. My mom nodded along, clearly wanting to believe that explanation. Kyle kept his headphones on all evening, blasting music so loud I could hear it from across the room. Aunt Diane was the only one who seemed willing to acknowledge that what we'd experienced wasn't normal. As we were getting ice from the machine down the hall, she grabbed my arm and whispered, You heard it before we saw her, didn't you? The singing. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I heard it too, she admitted. But I was afraid to say anything. I thought I was going crazy. That was the last time any of us ever spoke about it directly. The next morning we cut our trip short and drove home, making up some excuse about bad weather in the forecast. We've never gone hiking as a family since then. I've done research over the years, looking into local legends about the Appalachian Mountains, searching for stories about an old woman in the woods or strange singing. I've found a few things, vague references to a witch of the hollows in some old folklore collections, stories about hikers going missing in that general area over the decades. Nothing concrete, nothing that exactly matches what we saw. Sometimes I wonder if my dad was right about the mass hallucination thing. It would be comforting to believe that, to have some kind of rational explanation. But then I remember the singing, how I heard it before anyone else sensed anything wrong, how Diane later admitted she heard it too. And I remember those eyes, looking through us rather than at us, like we were the ghosts and not her. I don't go hiking anymore. I can't bring myself to enter the woods, even in broad daylight with lots of people around. The thought of trees closing in around me, of that unnatural silence falling again, makes my chest tight with panic. Sometimes, very rarely, when I'm alone in my apartment late at night, I think I can hear it again. That faint, hypnotic singing in a language that doesn't exist in any dictionary. It's distant, like it's coming from very far away, but it's there. And when I hear it, I know with absolute certainty that whatever we encountered that day is still out there in those mountains, waiting. Not for us specifically. I don't think it cared about us as individuals at all. But waiting nonetheless for anyone who wanders off the beaten path and into its domain. I don't know. What would have happened if we'd stayed in that clearing longer, if we hadn't immediately turned back? I don't know what it wanted, or if it wanted anything at all. Maybe we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, accidentally crossing some boundary that wasn't meant to be crossed. All I know is that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that exist in the spaces between what we understand and what we don't. And once you've glimpsed them, you can never fully convince yourself they aren't real, no matter how hard you try. Story 2. I've been sitting on this experience for 2 months now, and I still get chills every time I think about it. I need to get this off my chest, because I can't stop thinking about what happened, and I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar, or can at least offer an explanation that doesn't make me feel like I'm losing my mind. Back in September, I was going through a really rough patch. My boyfriend of 4 years and I had just broken up, work was insanely stressful, and I couldn't get a decent night's sleep to save my life. My therapist suggested I take some time away from everything. People, social media, work emails, all of it. Complete disconnection, she called it. So I started looking for remote cabins where I could just breathe for a few days. I found this place called Pinewood Retreat in northern Michigan, in a county I'd never heard of, Blackwater County. The listing photos showed this cute little single-story cabin surrounded by nothing but trees. The description promised complete seclusion and a true wilderness experience. It seemed perfect. The reviews were minimal but positive, mostly people talking about how peaceful it was. I booked it for 5 nights. The drive there took forever. I left Detroit around noon, and after about 4 hours on the highway, my GPS directed me onto increasingly smaller roads. The last 20 minutes was this narrow, winding gravel road that my little Honda struggled with. No cell service, obviously. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, The sun was already starting to set. The cabin itself was just as advertised, small, rustic, but clean. One bedroom, a tiny bathroom, and a combined kitchen living area with a wood stove. The property manager had left the key under a flower pot as promised, along with a note welcoming me and explaining where to find extra firewood and how to work the generator if the power went out. That first evening was actually really nice. I unpacked, made some pasta for dinner, and sat on the porch watching the sunset through the trees. The silence was incredible. No traffic noise, no neighbors, not even many birds. Just the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I felt myself starting to relax for the first time in months. I went to bed early, around 9, exhausted from the drive and the fresh air. Must have fallen asleep right away, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up needing to pee. I fumbled for my phone to check the time, 2:17 in the morning. The cabin was pitch black, except for my phone screen, and it was freezing cold. I figured the temperature had dropped more than expected. After using the bathroom, I went to the kitchen for some water. That's when I noticed it through the window above the sink, a small red light blinking in the forest. It was faint but distinct, maybe a couple 100 yards in. My first thought was that it might be some kind of equipment, maybe a weather station or something Forest Service related. It blinked in a pattern, 2 quick flashes, pause, 1 long flash, pause, repeat. After watching it for maybe 30 seconds, it just stopped. I shrugged it off and went back to bed. The next day was peaceful. I hiked around the property. The cabin came with about 5 acres, all wooded. Read a book on the porch and made a simple dinner. I didn't think about the light until I was getting ready for bed, and then I remembered. I decided to stay up a bit to see if it would appear again. Sure enough, right around midnight, there it was. Same spot in the forest, same blinking pattern. 2 quick flashes, pause, 1 long flash, pause. It continued for exactly 2 minutes. I timed it, then disappeared. I felt a little uneasy, but told myself it was probably something completely normal that I just didn't understand because I wasn't outdoorsy. The third night, I couldn't stop thinking about the light. I positioned a chair by the window and waited, with all the cabin lights off. At exactly midnight, the red light appeared again. Same location, same pattern, same duration. 2 minutes, then gone. This time I noticed something else. It seemed to be at about eye level, not on the ground, not up in the treetops, but like someone would be holding it. That realization made my skin crawl. I suddenly became aware of how vulnerable I was. A woman alone in a cabin miles from anyone, with no cell service. I checked all the doors and windows twice before going to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The next morning I seriously considered leaving, but it was my 4th day of a 5-day stay, and daylight made my fears seem silly. I told myself I needed to investigate in the daylight so I could put my mind at ease. After breakfast, I packed a small backpack with water, a granola bar, and a heavy flashlight that could double as a weapon if needed. Finding the exact spot was harder than I expected. The forest looked different in daylight, and everything seemed to blend together. I tried to line up landmarks with what I'd seen from the window. After about 20 minutes of searching, I found what I thought was the area where I'd seen the light. That's when I saw it. A trail camera strapped to a tree about 5 feet off the ground. It was one of those motion-activated ones hunters use to track deer. This one looked new, not weathered at all, and had a small blinking red light. My first feeling was relief. Mystery solved. Just someone's hunting camera. But then questions started flooding in. Why would someone put a trail camera so close to a rental cabin? And the ground around the tree was disturbed. Footprints and flattened vegetation. like someone had been standing there recently, very recently. There were even cigarette butts scattered around, fresh ones. I hurried back to the cabin, suddenly feeling exposed. Once inside, I locked the door and closed all the curtains. I tried to rationalize. Maybe the property owner had set up the camera to monitor wildlife, or maybe a neighbor, though the nearest house was supposedly miles away, was hunting on the wrong property. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the lights off and watched out the window, but the red light didn't appear at midnight. I felt both relieved and more anxious. If it was just a trail camera, why wasn't it blinking tonight? I stayed by the window, unable to relax. At around 2 in the morning, I saw movement at the edge of the forest. My heart nearly stopped. A human figure was standing partly hidden behind a tree, just at the tree line. Even in the dim moonlight, I could tell they were watching the cabin. I ducked down below the window, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. When I gathered the courage to peek again, the figure was gone. I spent the rest of the night with my back against the bedroom door, clutching the flashlight, jumping at every creak and groan the cabin made. I didn't turn on any lights, afraid of making myself more visible. The hours crawled by. As soon as the first light of dawn broke, I threw my things into my suitcase. I didn't even bother showering or making coffee. I just wanted out. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my car keys twice before I could unlock the door. The gravel crunched under my tires as I sped down the driveway, not caring about the damage the rough road might do to my car. I didn't breathe normally until I hit the main highway and saw other cars again. I called the property manager once I had cell service and made up a story about a family emergency. He seemed understanding and didn't ask questions. I didn't mention the light or the figure. It sounded crazy even in my own head. A week later, curiosity got the better of me, and I looked up the Pinewood Retreat listing again. It was still active with the same photos. I scrolled through them one by one and then froze. One of the photos was a night shot of the cabin with the porch light on and stars visible in the sky. And there, in the background, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, was a tiny red dot blinking in the trees. I reported the listing to the website, but they said they couldn't find anything suspicious about it. I even called the sheriff's department in Blackwater County, but the deputy I spoke to seemed disinterested. He said they couldn't investigate based on a blinking light and a possible figure that I only glimpsed in the dark. So now I'm left wondering, who was watching me? What were they doing? Was I being monitored the whole time, or was something more sinister going on? The most terrifying thought is that the camera might have been there to track when I was in the cabin and when I wasn't. I keep checking the listing, and it's still active. Sometimes I think about the people staying there now, unaware that someone might be in those woods, watching them through the windows with that red light blinking in the darkness. And I wonder if whoever it is has gotten bolder since my stay. I haven't told many people about this because it sounds paranoid, but I know what I saw. And I will never ever stay in a remote cabin again. Story 3. I still have goosebumps thinking about what happened that day in Caramoan. I was only 7 years old, but the memory is burned into my mind like it happened yesterday. It's been 23 years, but I can still feel the weight of that tiny bottle in my hand and see the look of absolute terror on my father's face. My family lived in a small nipa hut on the outskirts of our barangay in Caramoan. It was a simple life. We didn't have much, but the rice fields stretched as far as I could see, and the mountains beyond them were our playground. My little brother Paulo was 4 back then, always following me around like a shadow. I didn't mind, though. I liked being the responsible big sister. That morning started like any other. It was summertime, school was out, and the air was thick with humidity. My mother had left early to sell vegetables at the market in town, and my father, we called him Lolo even though that usually means grandfather in Filipino, was working in our small rice field not far from the house. "Maria, watch your brother," my mother had said before leaving. "Don't go too far from the house." But children never listen, do they? The day was stretching out endlessly before us, and Paolo was already getting restless inside our small hut. The fields beyond our yard called to us with promises of adventure. "Let's go explore by the big mango tree," I suggested to Paolo, who immediately perked up. "But Mama said," he started, his face scrunching up with worry. "We can still see the house from there," I reassured him. "And Lolo is working nearby. It's fine." Paolo didn't need much convincing. We slipped out of the house and headed toward the old mango tree that marked the boundary between our small property and the wilder grasslands beyond. The sun was high in the sky, and I remember the cicadas were making such a racket that we had to shout to hear each other. The heat made the air shimmer above the grass. We walked past Lolo, who was knee-deep in the muddy field, his skin glistening with sweat as he worked. He saw us and waved, calling out to stay, where he could see us. I waved back, already planning to go just a little further than he'd allow. We reached the mango tree and immediately started looking for fallen fruit. Finding none ripe enough, we decided to explore the small gully just beyond it. This was already farther than we were supposed to go, but I convinced myself we were still close enough. The gully wasn't deep, just a small depression where rainwater would collect during storms. Now it was dry, with tall grass and a few scraggly bushes. Paolo spotted it first, something glinting in the sunlight, half buried in the dusty soil. "Maria, look!" He pointed excitedly, already rushing toward it. I followed him, curiosity getting the better of me. Paolo was already digging around it with his small fingers when I reached him. Together, we unearthed a tiny glass bottle, no bigger than my thumb. It was perfectly sealed with dark red wax, and inside were what looked like small stones. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. The bottle was old but intact, the glass thick and slightly cloudy. Through it, I could make out 3 small round objects that looked eerily like eyes. Not human eyes, but something else. They were mostly white with dark centers, like marbles, but more organic. When I tilted the bottle, they moved slightly, rolling against each other with a soft clicking sound that made my skin crawl. "What is it?" Paolo asked, trying to grab it from me. "I don't know," I said, holding it up to the sunlight. The way the light hit the objects inside made them appear to glow faintly. "Maybe it's a treasure." "Let's show Lolo," Paolo suggested, his eyes wide with excitement. That seemed like a good idea at the time. Lolo knew everything. He would tell us what our discovery was. We raced back toward the fields, the bottle clutched tightly in my hand. I remember feeling oddly protective of it, even though something about it made me uneasy. The clouds had started gathering overhead as we ran back. It wasn't unusual for afternoon rain in the province, but the sky darkened quicker than normal. The air felt heavy, charged somehow, like right before a big storm. We found Lolo still working, his wide straw hat shielding him from the sun that occasionally broke through the gathering clouds. He looked up as we approached, his weathered face breaking into a smile that quickly faded when he saw what I was holding. "Lolo, look what we found," I called out, holding up the bottle proudly. I'll never forget what happened next. My father's face, which had always been a source of strength and comfort, transformed into a mask of pure horror. His eyes widened, His mouth opened in a silent gasp, and all the color drained from his face as if someone had pulled a plug. He dropped his farming tool and splashed through the muddy field toward us, with a speed I'd never seen from him before. "Where did you get that?" he demanded, his voice barely above a whisper, but somehow more frightening than if he'd shouted. "In the gully," I explained, suddenly scared by his reaction. "Behind the mango tree. Is it treasure, Lolo?" My father didn't answer. Instead, he snatched the bottle from my hand with such force that I stumbled backward. Paolo started crying, more from our father's unexpected behavior than anything else. "Get away from it," Lolo said, his voice shaking. He held the bottle at arm's length, as if it might bite him. His hands were trembling so badly that for a moment I thought he might drop it. The sky had grown darker now, unnaturally so for midday. A strong wind suddenly picked up, whipping through the fields and making the rice stalks bend and sway. I remember the smell in the air, not just rain, but something sharper, like metal and ozone. "Lolo, what?" I started to ask, but he cut me off. "Run to the house, now," he ordered, his eyes never leaving the bottle. We didn't move, frozen in place by fear and confusion. Paolo's crying had gotten louder, and he clung to my arm. "Now!" Lolo roared, finally looking at us. His eyes held such fear that I grabbed Paolo's hand and started backing away. What happened next still haunts my dreams. Lolo drew back his arm and hurled the bottle as far as he could toward the empty field beyond ours. It arced through the air, a tiny glint against the darkening sky. Time seemed to slow as I watched it tumble end over end. The exact moment, the bottle struck the ground, the entire world went white. A deafening crack split the air as lightning struck the very spot where the bottle had landed. Not near it, not close to it, the exact spot. The force of it knocked us all backward. I felt a searing heat on my face and a pressure in my ears that made them pop painfully. When my vision cleared, I saw a small smoking crater where the bottle had been. The ground around it was blackened and scorched in a perfect circle about 2 meters wide. The smell of burned earth and something else, something rotten and sickly sweet, filled my nostrils. Lolo scrambled to his feet and rushed to us, checking us for injuries, his hands still shaking violently. His face was ashen, his eyes wild with fear. He pulled us both against him in a tight embrace that almost crushed the breath from my lungs. "Are you hurt? Are you hurt?" he kept asking, running his hands over our heads, our arms, our faces. We weren't injured, just terrified and confused. The sky was already beginning to clear, the unnatural darkness receding as quickly as it had come. No rain fell that day, despite the storm clouds. "What was that, Lolo?" I finally managed to ask as he hurried us back toward our house, constantly looking over his shoulder. He didn't answer until we were safely inside, the door barred behind us. He made us sit at our small wooden table while he checked every window, every corner of our tiny home. Then he lit candles and incense that my grandmother had given him for protection, murmuring prayers under his breath that I couldn't quite catch. Finally, he sat down heavily across from us, his hands pressed flat against the table's surface to stop their trembling. "Listen to me very carefully," he said, his voice low and serious. "What you found today was not a toy or a treasure. It was something evil, something deliberately left there by a mancuculum." A mancuculum, a witch. Even at 7 years old, I knew about them from stories. They were feared throughout the provinces, said to cast spells and curses on people who wronged them or simply crossed their path at the wrong time. That bottle contained what we call kulum, a curse object, Lolo continued. The eyes inside, they weren't stones. They were something else. something made to watch, to find a victim. Paolo whimpered beside me, and I put my arm around him protectively. But why did the lightning? I began. That wasn't natural lightning, Lolo interrupted, glancing nervously at the windows. When I destroyed the bottle, I broke the spell. What you saw was a reaction, the Mancuculum's power being released. He reached across the table and took our hands in his. His palms were calloused from years of farm work, but they were gentle now. You must promise me something, he said, looking first at me, then at Paolo. Never, never pick up strange objects you find in the fields or the forest, especially not sealed bottles or containers. The old ones, the Mancuculum, they leave these things for people to find. Once you touch them, once you bring them into your home, the curse attaches to you. Are we cursed now? Paolo asked in a small voice that broke my heart. Lolo shook his head firmly. No, Anak. I destroyed it before it could take hold. But we must be careful for the next few days. The Mancuculum might know their trap was sprung. That night, Lolo slept in the main room with us instead of in his bedroom. He placed bowls of salt in each corner of the house and hung garlic and special herbs over the doors and windows. When our mother returned and heard what happened, she wept and held us close, then helped Lolo prepare more protective measures. For weeks afterward, Lolo would come to check on us multiple times during the night. He forbade us from going near the mango tree or the gully. Eventually, he even cut down the tree, saying its roots might have been contaminated. The small crater where the lightning struck remained for years. Nothing would grow there. The other farmers avoided it, crossing themselves when they had to pass nearby. I never found another bottle, though sometimes I'd catch glimpses of something shiny in the grass that would make my heart race until I realized it was just dew or a piece of trash. Paolo had nightmares for months, waking up screaming about eyes watching him from the dark. The strangest part? 3 days after the incident, we discovered all the fish in our small pond behind the house had died, their eyes missing, just gone. Clean holes where their eyes should have been. Lolo drained the pond immediately and filled it with earth, his hands shaking the entire time. To this day, I don't know exactly what was in that bottle or who left it there. But I do know that what happened wasn't natural. The timing of the lightning, the perfect circle of scorched earth, the dead fish, it was all connected to whatever malevolent purpose that bottle served. I'm grown now with children of my own, living far from Caramoan. But I've taught them what Lolo taught me, to respect the boundaries between our world and the unseen one, to never bring home objects they find in wild places, and to understand that some things in this world cannot be explained by science or reason. Sometimes I still dream of those eye-like stones clicking against each other in that tiny glass prison, and I wake up certain that somewhere, something is watching me, waiting. Story 4. I've never felt comfortable sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. It happened 4 years ago, and even now I still jump at certain sounds when I'm trying to sleep. It was early July when my buddy Aaron and I decided to do a week-long canoe trip in northern Saskatchewan. We're both experienced outdoorsmen, at least we thought we were. We'd been planning this trip for months, poring over maps, plotting our course through the interconnected lakes, and making sure we had all the right gear. Aaron had done a similar route the year before and kept going on about how pristine and untouched it was. No cell service, no people, just us and nature, he'd said with that big grin of his. That was the appeal, you know, getting away from everything. We drove about 6 hours north from Saskatoon, our canoe strapped to the roof of my Subaru. The logging road to the put-in point was barely maintained. more like a suggestion of a road, and by the time we reached the water, my car's suspension had taken a beating. But man, when we finally got our first glimpse of that lake, with the morning sun hitting the water just right, it felt worth it. The first day on the water was incredible. We covered about 20 kilometers, paddling through narrow passages that opened up into wide expanses of glass-like water. The forest pressed in from all sides, thick spruce and pine that seemed to swallow all sound, except for our paddles dipping into the water and the occasional call of a loon. We spotted a moose and her calf drinking at the edge of one lake, and they just watched us glide by, completely unafraid. By late afternoon, we were exhausted. My shoulders burned from paddling, and the muscles in my back felt like tightly wound cables. We found this perfect little clearing on a point that jutted into the lake. It was slightly elevated, with a flat area for our tents and a small rocky beach where we could pull up the canoe. The view across the water was unobstructed. You could see the sun starting to dip behind the tree line on the opposite shore. We set up camp efficiently, having done this together many times before. Aaron pitched his tent near a large boulder at the edge of the clearing, while I set mine up about 15 feet away, closer to a stand of birch trees. It was a simple 3-season tent, north face, forest green. Not exactly heavy duty, but it had served me well on dozens of trips. We gathered firewood, cooked a quick meal of dehydrated chili, and sat around the campfire sharing stories and a flask of whiskey Aaron had brought along. The night was so quiet. No distant highway sounds, no airplanes overhead, just the crackling of our fire and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. I remember looking up at the stars and feeling so small in a good way. That's what I love about being in the wilderness. It puts everything in perspective. By 10 o'clock, we were both struggling to keep our eyes open. We doused the fire thoroughly, hung our food pack from a tree branch about 100 yards from camp, standard bear precaution, and crawled into our respective tents. I remember zipping up my sleeping bag, adjusting my small camping pillow, and almost immediately drifting off to sleep. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I woke up. The moon was high, so probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. What jolted me awake wasn't a noise, but a feeling, that instinctive awareness that something is near. I lay completely still, straining my ears. At first, there was nothing, just the sound of my own breathing. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of something large moving deliberately around my tent. Not the random scurrying of a small animal, but heavy, measured steps that slightly compressed the pine needles and twigs on the forest floor. My mouth went dry. My heart started hammering so hard, I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. I tried to control my breathing, tried to convince myself it was just Aaron getting up to take a leak. But deep down, I knew it wasn't him. The footsteps were too heavy, too animal. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. The footsteps circled my tent once, then paused near the entrance. I could sense it standing there, just inches away from where my head was. The thin nylon of my tent suddenly seemed absurdly inadequate. Then, without warning, my entire world collapsed. Literally. There was a tremendous weight on top of me, pressing down with such force that the tent poles snapped like twigs. The fabric of the tent came down on me like a shroud, pinning my arms to my sides inside my sleeping bag. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe with the fabric pressed against my face. The weight shifted, pressing me further into the ground, compressing my chest. I felt a stabbing pain as one of the broken tent poles dug into my thigh. In that moment, I was certain I was going to die. My mind flashed with images of a grizzly tearing through the collapsed tent to get at me. I tried to yell for Aaron, but all that came out was a pathetic wheezing sound as the air was forced from my lungs. Then, as suddenly as it had happened, the weight lifted. I could hear movement outside, heavy breathing, the sound of something large moving away from the collapsed tent. With desperate movements, I clawed at my sleeping bag zipper, fighting to free myself from the confines of both the bag and the collapsed tent. The fabric had twisted around me, and in my panic, I kept getting more entangled. Finally, I managed to tear a hole in the side of the tent with my keys that I'd kept in the small pocket of my sleeping bag. I squeezed through the opening and tumbled out onto the ground, gasping for air, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. And there it was. Just 10 feet away stood a black bear. Not a massive grizzly as I'd feared, but a good-sized black bear, probably around 200 pounds. It was standing on all fours, its head tilted to one side, looking at me with what I can only describe as confusion. Its eyes reflected the moonlight, giving them an eerie, almost questioning glow. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. I was too terrified to move. My legs felt like they were rooted to the ground. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but some deeper knowledge kept me frozen in place. Running would trigger a chase response, so I stood there trembling, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The bear shifted its weight from one front paw to the other, almost like it was embarrassed. It made no aggressive moves toward me. It just watched. Then it snorted softly, turned, and began to amble away toward the tree line. Its movements were unhurried, deliberate, like it was trying to maintain its dignity. Before disappearing into the darkness of the forest, it looked back once, as if to make sure I was still there. Only when it was completely out of sight did I allow myself to collapse onto my knees, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. I realized I'd been holding my breath and let it out in a long, shuddering exhale. "Jason? Jason!" Aaron's voice cut through my daze. He was standing outside his tent, headlamp on, looking frantically around. When the beam hit me, he rushed over. "What the hell happened? Are you okay?" I couldn't form words at first. My mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out. Aaron helped me to my feet and guided me to the log where we'd sat earlier that evening, what now seemed like a lifetime ago. "Bear," I finally managed to croak. It fell on my tent. Aaron looked at me like I'd lost my mind, then at the flattened remains of my tent. "It fell on your tent?" As the adrenaline began to subside, the reality of what had happened started to make sense. The bear hadn't attacked me. It hadn't been trying to get at me for food. It had simply lost its footing while foraging or investigating our campsite and had accidentally fallen onto my tent. The weight I'd felt was its entire body crushing down on me as it struggled to regain its balance. We spent the rest of that night huddled by a hastily rebuilt fire, my sleeping bag draped around my shoulders, Aaron's rifle, which he'd brought for emergencies, across his lap. Neither of us slept. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us both tensing, our eyes scanning the darkness beyond the firelight's reach. When dawn finally broke, we assessed the damage. My tent was a write-off. Poles snapped, fabric torn. We managed to salvage most of my gear, though my sleeping pad had a large gash in it. What struck me most was the massive depression in the ground where my tent had been, clear evidence of just how much weight had come down on me. We debated ending the trip then and there, but we were at least 2 days of paddling from the nearest access point. With Aaron's help, I rigged up a makeshift shelter using the rain fly from my destroyed tent and some cord. It wasn't comfortable, but it would keep the mosquitoes and rain off me. We continued our journey as planned, but everything had changed. The same wilderness that had seemed so welcoming now felt ominous. Every shadow along the shoreline, every movement in the underbrush set my nerves on edge. At night, I'd lie awake in my makeshift shelter, hearing every sound amplified by my fear. Even Aaron's snoring from his tent would sometimes startle me into full alertness. It's been 4 years, and I still go camping, but I've never gone back to that part of Saskatchewan. I upgraded to the sturdiest, most reinforced tent on the market. I'm obsessive about where I set up camp now, always looking for signs of animal activity before I pitch my tent, and I never, ever sleep soundly in the wilderness anymore. That night changed something fundamental in me. It shattered the illusion that there's any real barrier between us and the wild. A tent isn't protection. It's just a thin nylon reminder of how vulnerable we really are. The bear didn't mean to terrify me. It was just as surprised as I was. But intention doesn't matter when you're pinned under 200 pounds of confused wild animal, fighting for breath, certain that each second might be your last. I still have nightmares about it sometimes. Not of being attacked, but of that weight pressing down, of not being able to breathe, of being trapped. And sometimes in those dreams I see those eyes again, curious, confused, reflecting the moonlight as they stare at me from just 10 feet away. Story 5. I've always considered myself an outdoorsman. Growing up in rural Colorado, I spent most of my childhood exploring forests, fishing in streams, and camping under the stars. My dad taught me everything about surviving in the wilderness, how to start a fire without matches, how to identify edible plants, how to track animals. I felt completely at home in nature. That is, until last summer when everything changed. My wife Sarah had been begging me to take our kids, Emma, 9, and Kyle, 7, on a real camping trip for months. Not the kind with proper facilities and other families nearby, but the authentic experience I grew up with. After weeks of her persistence, I finally caved and planned a weekend getaway to Pinewood Valley, about 3 hours from our home in Denver. Pinewood Valley isn't on most tourist maps. It's a hidden gem my father showed me when I was a teenager, a secluded spot with towering pines, a crystal-clear creek, and absolute solitude. No designated camping sites, no rangers, no other people for miles. Just pure, untamed wilderness. We packed up our SUV on Friday morning, tent, sleeping bags, cooler filled with food, fishing gear, and all the essentials. I even brought along our German shepherd, Remy, who had been my loyal companion since before the kids were born. Sarah was nervous about the isolation, but I assured her it would be an unforgettable experience for the family. The drive was scenic, winding through mountain passes and dense forests. Emma and Kyle buzzed with excitement in the back seat, while Remy sat alertly between them, her nose pressed against the window. By mid-afternoon, we reached the unmarked dirt road that led to my secret spot. I navigated carefully through the rough terrain until we reached a small clearing about 50 yards from the creek. "This is it," I announced proudly, turning off the engine. "Our home for the weekend." The spot was exactly as I remembered. Tall pines providing perfect shade, the gentle sound of the creek nearby, and a natural fire pit left by previous campers, probably my dad and me years ago. We spent the next couple of hours setting up camp. I taught Kyle how to properly stake a tent, while Emma helped Sarah organize our supplies. Remy explored the perimeter, marking her territory and investigating every interesting scent. By evening, we had a cozy campsite established. I built a roaring fire in the pit, and Sarah prepared hot dogs and s'mores for dinner. We sat around the flames, telling stories and pointing out constellations as they appeared in the darkening sky. It felt perfect, exactly the kind of experience I wanted my children to have. Around 9:30, Emma started nodding off mid-sentence, and Kyle was fighting to keep his eyes open. "I think it's bedtime for these two," Sarah said, ruffling Kyle's hair. "Can you handle cleanup while I get them settled?" I nodded, watching as she guided our tired children to the tent. Remy remained by the fire, stretching out beside my camp chair as I sipped the last of my coffee. The night had grown unusually dark. No moon visible through the thick canopy of trees, and clouds obscuring most of the stars. The fire cast dancing shadows across our campsite, and beyond its warm glow, the forest seemed to disappear into absolute blackness. I should have been relaxed. This was my element after all. But something felt different that night. Maybe it was becoming a father, or maybe it was just getting older, but the wilderness didn't feel as welcoming as it once had. Still, I dismissed the feeling as unnecessary anxiety and focused on stoking the fire. It must have been around 10:15 when everything changed. Remy, who had been peacefully dozing beside me, suddenly jerked upright. Her ears stood straight, her body tensed, and a low, deep growl rumbled from her chest. I've owned Remy for 8 years, and I'd never heard her make a sound like that. Primal, urgent, warning. "What is it, girl?" I whispered, instinctively reaching for the heavy maglite beside my chair. Remy didn't respond to my voice. She remained frozen, her gaze fixed intently on something in the tree line about 100 yards away. I followed her line of sight, flicking on the flashlight and aiming its powerful beam toward the darkness. That's when I saw them, two gleaming, yellowish-green eyes reflecting the light back at me. My breath caught in my throat. As I adjusted the beam, the silhouette came into focus. A mountain lion, large, muscular, and perfectly still, stood watching us from the edge of the forest. I'd seen mountain lions before, usually fleeting glimpses as they disappeared into the brush. But this one wasn't running. It was staring directly at us with unnerving intensity. I know enough about predators to understand that sudden movements can trigger a chase response, so I remained completely still. My heart hammered in my chest so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. Remy continued her low growl, her body practically vibrating with tension beside me. The mountain lion and I locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only about 45 seconds. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched us with calculating precision. I became acutely aware of how vulnerable my family was, just thin nylon fabric separating my sleeping children from the wilderness. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the mountain lion slowly turned away. Its movement was deliberate, almost casual, as if it had simply satisfied its curiosity and was now moving on to other business. The beam of my flashlight caught its muscular shoulders and long tail as it disappeared between the trees. Even after it vanished, I couldn't move. My hand clutching the flashlight had gone numb, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. Beside me, Remy remained tense, her eyes still fixed on the spot where the predator had stood. "It's gone, girl," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as her. I reached out a trembling hand to stroke her fur, which was standing on end along her spine. I knew mountain lions weren't typically aggressive toward humans unless cornered or protecting cubs, but I also knew they were ambush predators. They didn't usually make themselves known before attacking. The fact that this one had stood there, Watching us so openly felt wrong somehow, unnatural. I grabbed more logs and built the fire up until it was blazing, creating a larger circle of light around our campsite. The crackling flames provided small comfort as I strained to hear any sound from the surrounding forest. Every snapping twig, every rustling leaf made me jerk the flashlight in that direction. Sleep was out of the question. I couldn't leave my family unprotected, couldn't risk closing my eyes even for a moment. So I sat there, flashlight in one hand and my hunting knife in the other, while Remy maintained her vigil beside me. Every 20 minutes or so, I would walk the perimeter of our campsite, shining the light into the trees, searching for those reflective eyes. The hours crept by agonizingly slowly. By 2 in the morning, my back ached from sitting tensely in the camp chair, and my eyes burned from staring into the darkness. I briefly considered waking Sarah and packing up camp right then, but the thought of stumbling through the woods at night seemed even more dangerous. Around 3:30, exhaustion began to win out over fear. My eyelids grew heavy, and I caught myself nodding off several times. I decided to check on my family and then try to get some rest. Walking quietly to the tent, I unzipped it just enough to peek inside. Sarah and the kids were sleeping peacefully, unaware of our nocturnal visitor. I zipped the tent back up and crawled into our smaller 2-person tent nearby, calling Remy in with me. I laid my sleeping bag on top rather than climbing inside it, keeping my clothes and boots on. The flashlight and knife remained within easy reach as I tried to settle in for what remained of the night, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing orbs staring back at me from the darkness. I lay there, listening to Remy's breathing and the sounds of the forest, jumping at every noise that didn't belong. When dawn finally broke, I was already outside the tent, boiling water for coffee. I must have looked terrible because Sarah immediately noticed something was wrong when she emerged from the tent with the kids. "You okay, babe? Did you sleep at all?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. I considered telling her about the mountain lion, but decided against it. Why frighten her and the kids when the danger had passed? Instead, I blamed it on insomnia and the unfamiliar surroundings. We spent the day hiking, fishing in the creek, and exploring the valley. I kept Remy close and my hunting knife closer, constantly scanning the tree line and jumping at shadows. The kids had a blast, completely oblivious to my heightened state of anxiety. Sarah kept giving me concerned looks, but didn't press the issue. That night, I made sure our campfire was bigger, brighter, and lasted longer. I insisted on everyone going to bed at the same time, and I positioned myself in the family tent so I faced the entrance. Remy lay across the tent doorway like a furry guardian. Despite my exhaustion, I fought sleep until almost dawn, when I finally succumbed to a fitful slumber filled with dreams of being stalked through endless woods. Sunday morning came mercifully quickly. I had never been so relieved to pack up a campsite in my life. As we drove away from Pinewood Valley, I felt the knot in my stomach begin to loosen. By the time we reached the main highway, I almost convinced myself I had overreacted. Almost. It's been 8 months since that weekend, and I've been camping twice since then, both times at established campgrounds with other people nearby. I tell myself it's for the kids' sake, that they need to ease into the wilderness experience, but the truth is, I'm the one who needs the safety net now. I still love the outdoors, I still take my family hiking and fishing, but something fundamental has changed in me. Every time I'm in the woods, I feel eyes on my back. Every time darkness falls in the wilderness, I remember those gleaming eyes watching me from the shadows. What bothers me most isn't the encounter itself. Mountain lions are part of the ecosystem, and sightings, while rare, do happen. What haunts me is the realization that came after. For all the times I've sat alone by a campfire, believing myself to be in solitude, how many predators have watched me from the darkness? How many times have I been observed, assessed, measured as potential prey without ever knowing it? Now I always position myself facing the woods. I listen more carefully to the silence between sounds. I watch Remy's reactions to things I can't perceive. Because once you've glimpsed what's really out there, watching and waiting, you can never pretend it doesn't exist. You can never recapture that blissful ignorance that once made the wilderness feel like home. The mountain lion showed me a truth I can't unlearn. In nature, we are never truly alone. We are always being watched. Story 6. I've always been a city person at heart, but my wife Emma convinced me that we needed to disconnect from our hectic lives. We both work in finance in Toronto, and the stress had been getting to us. 60-hour work weeks, constant phone calls, emails at 3 a.m. You know the drill. Emma thought a weekend camping trip would help reset our minds. I agreed, thinking it would be a nice change of pace. We decided on a spot in northern Ontario, about 4 hours from the city. It wasn't a designated campground, just a secluded area in a jack pine forest that one of Emma's co-workers had recommended. "It's perfect," she said, showing me pictures on her phone. Only an 800-meter hike from where we parked the car. Far enough to feel like we're away from civilization, but close enough if we need to bail. I wasn't entirely convinced, but her enthusiasm was contagious. So last Friday we loaded up our SUV with our tent, sleeping bags, cooler, and other supplies. We arrived at the parking area around 4 in the afternoon. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, cool but not cold, maybe around 15 degrees Celsius. The hike to our camping spot wasn't difficult, just a narrow trail through increasingly dense jack pine trees. For those unfamiliar with jack pines, they're these tall, skinny conifers with scraggly branches. Not the most attractive trees in the forest, but they have a certain wild charm to them. What I didn't realize then was how unstable they can be when the wind picks up. We found a small clearing and set up our tent. Nothing fancy, just a standard 3-person dome tent that we'd bought years ago and barely used. Emma spread out our sleeping bags while I gathered rocks to make a small fire pit. Everything felt peaceful. I remember thinking how quiet it was compared to the constant noise of the city. No car horns, no sirens, no neighbors arguing through paper-thin walls. Just the occasional bird call and the soft rustle of wind through the trees. By 6 o'clock we had a small fire going and were cooking our dinner, sausages and potatoes wrapped in foil that we nestled into the coals. Emma had brought a bottle of wine, and we sat on a fallen log, eating and sipping from our plastic cups, talking about nothing important. It was exactly the escape we needed. That's when I first noticed the wind changing. It wasn't dramatic at first, just a stronger gust that made the flames dance. But within 15 minutes, the entire atmosphere around us transformed. The wind went from gentle whispers to angry howls. The tall jack pines started swaying, their trunks bending at angles that didn't seem natural or safe. "David, is this normal?" Emma asked, her eyes following the trees as they whipped back and forth above us. Before I could answer, we heard it, a loud, sickening crack about 100 meters to our left, followed by a whooshing sound and then a thunderous impact as a tree hit the ground. Emma jumped up, spilling wine down her jacket. "We need to go," she said, her voice tight with fear. "We need to get back to the car." I was about to agree when another crack split the air, this time to our right, followed by another crash. The realization hit me. Walking through the forest with trees falling around us would be suicidal, especially as darkness was setting in. The car was almost a kilometer away through dense woods. We'd have to stay put. "We can't leave," I told her, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's not safe to move through the forest right now." I quickly extinguished our fire, pouring our drinking water over it until it was completely out. The wind was getting stronger by the minute, and embers could be dangerous. Then I grabbed my hatchet and folding saw from our gear. If we were staying put, I needed to create some kind of safety zone. "What are you doing?" Emma shouted over the wind, which was now so loud it was hard to hear each other. "Clearing a buffer," I yelled back, frantically cutting away the smallest trees and branches nearest to our tent. It was a pathetic attempt at control in an uncontrollable situation, but it gave me something to do besides panic. In reality, if one of those massive jack pines decided to fall on us, my little cleared space wouldn't make any difference. By the time I finished, it was almost completely dark. The forest around us had transformed into something malevolent. The wind wasn't just strong, it was violent, coming in massive gusts that bent the trees almost to their breaking points before giving them a moment of reprieve, only to assault them again from a different direction. We retreated to our tent, zipping ourselves in as if that thin nylon could protect us from tons of falling timber. I switched on our lantern, casting strange, moving shadows across the tent walls as the whole structure shuddered and rippled in the wind. Emma was shivering, though I don't think it was from cold. "Will the tent blow away?" she asked, clutching her sleeping bag around her shoulders. "No, I've got it staked down well," I assured her, though I wasn't nearly as confident as I sounded. The truth was, I had no idea if our tent stakes would hold in this wind, but getting blown away suddenly seemed like the least of our concerns as another tree crashed somewhere behind us, close enough that we felt the impact through the ground. That night was the longest of my life. We lay side by side, fully dressed, holding hands so tightly our knuckles were white. I didn't sleep a wink. Instead, I developed a bizarre routine, counting seconds between wind gusts, calculating which direction the strongest winds were coming from, flinching at every crack and groan from the trees around us. I found myself trying to predict which trees might fall next based on the sounds they made. The noise was the worst part. People talk about the howling of the wind, but this wasn't just howling. It was screaming, roaring, a furious cacophony that sounded almost deliberate in its rage. The trees added their own soundtrack, creaking, groaning, snapping, and when they fell, a terrifying sequence of sounds. The initial crack, followed by the whoosh of branches cutting through air, ending with a ground-shaking thud that you could feel in your chest. Throughout the night, I kept time on my watch. 1 hour passed, 2, 3. The storm showed no signs of abating. Around 2 in the morning, a tree fell so close to us that our tent was pelted with small branches and debris. Emma started crying, and I held her, telling her it would be okay, that the worst had passed, that the wind was dying down. All lies that neither of us believed. The most terrifying aspect wasn't the immediate danger, though that was bad enough. It was the complete and utter helplessness. In the city, in our normal lives, we had the illusion of control. Out here, we were just fragile bags of flesh cowering beneath fabric while nature unleashed its power around us. I've never felt so small, so insignificant, so at the mercy of forces I couldn't comprehend or influence. By 4 in the morning, I was in a strange mental state, exhausted but hyper-alert, scared but also oddly resigned to whatever might happen. I found myself thinking about ridiculous things. Would our bodies be found quickly if we were crushed? Would our insurance cover the loss of the camping gear? Had I updated my will after our last anniversary? As the night crept toward dawn, the wind finally gradually began to subside. By 5:30, it had calmed enough that the trees were merely swaying instead of bending double. The first gray light of dawn filtered through the forest, and I unzipped the tent with trembling hands. What I saw made my stomach drop. Our clearing was now littered with branches, pine needles, and debris. But more alarmingly, 3 massive jack pines had fallen around our campsite during the night. One was just 30 feet from our tent, close enough that if it had fallen at a slightly different angle, we wouldn't have survived. "Emma," I called, my voice hoarse. "Come look." She crawled out of the tent, and I heard her gasp. We stood there silently for a long moment, taking in the destruction around us. Our little tent stood miraculously untouched in the middle of what looked like a war zone. "Let's get out of here," she whispered. We didn't bother with breakfast. We didn't even boil water for coffee. We packed our gear with record speed, stuffing things haphazardly into our backpacks. The entire time, I kept glancing nervously at the trees still standing, half expecting them to come crashing down even though the wind had died. The hike back to the car was harrowing. The trail we'd followed the day before was now blocked in several places by fallen trees. We had to climb over or detour around 3 massive trunks that lay across our path. Each time we encountered one, I thought about what would have happened if we'd tried to flee during the night. When we finally reached our car, scratched, exhausted, and shaken to our cores, Emma burst into tears. I wasn't far behind. We sat in the front seats, holding each other and crying with relief for a good 10 minutes before I could even put the key in the ignition. The drive home was mostly silent. What was there to say? We'd gone looking for a break from stress and found ourselves in a situation more stressful than anything our corporate jobs could throw at us. It's been 3 weeks since that night, and I still have trouble sleeping. Every time the wind picks up outside our apartment, I find myself tensing, listening for that telltale crack. Emma's been having nightmares. We've both agreed that our next getaway will be at a nice hotel with solid walls and a roof. Some people might laugh at how a simple windstorm affected us so deeply, but there's something profound about facing your complete vulnerability, about realizing how easily you could be wiped out by forces that don't even notice your existence. I don't think I'll ever look at a forest the same way again. Those tall, seemingly permanent sentinels are actually fragile, temporary things, just like us. And jack pines, I never want to see another jack pine as long as I live. Story 7. I've always considered myself a seasoned hiker. Not the hardcore mountaineering type, but experienced enough to handle most trails with confidence. I've been taking solo hikes for about 7 years now, sometimes overnight trips, but usually day hikes in state parks and wilderness areas. I live in the Pacific Northwest, and we've got no shortage of gorgeous hiking spots. My job as a software developer keeps me glued to screens all week, so these hikes are my way of resetting my brain. Last month, I took a day off work on a Thursday to hit a trail I'd been wanting to try for a while. It's about 2 hours from the city, not extremely remote, but definitely not a tourist spot. The trailhead parking lot only had space for maybe 10 cars, and when I arrived around 9 in the morning, there were just 2 other vehicles there. Perfect. Exactly the level of isolation I was looking for. The weather was ideal for hiking, about 65 degrees, overcast, but not threatening rain. I packed light, a small backpack with 2 water bottles, some energy bars, a first aid kit, my phone, though service was spotty at best, a compass, and a light rain jacket. I also had my hiking poles and wore my usual boots that have seen me through countless trails. The first couple hours were exactly what I needed. The trail started with a moderate incline through dense pine forest, then opened up to occasional clearings with stunning views of the valley below. I passed an older couple heading back to the trailhead about 45 minutes in, and we exchanged brief hellos. After that, I didn't see another person all day. Around 11:30, I reached a fork in the trail. The main path continued straight, well maintained, and clearly marked. The other path veered left, looking less traveled but still visible enough to follow. According to my map, the left fork would loop through a section of old-growth forest before rejoining the main trail about 4 miles ahead. I decided to take the less traveled route. I wanted solitude after all. This is where things started getting weird. About a mile down this secondary trail, the path began to fade. Not completely. I could still follow it, but it was overgrown in spots, with fallen branches and thick undergrowth sometimes obscuring the way. I had to pay more attention to where I was stepping. The forest was thicker here too, tall pines and firs creating a canopy that filtered the daylight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. I remember checking my watch at 12:15 and thinking I should find a spot to stop for lunch soon. That's when I first noticed the silence. It wasn't gradual. 1 minute the forest was alive with normal sounds, birds chirping, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the whisper of breeze through the trees. Then it just stopped, like someone had hit mute on the world. The air felt heavier somehow, pressing against my ears. I actually stopped walking and looked around, thinking maybe a storm was rolling in, but the sky patches visible through the trees looked unchanged. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, listening to absolutely nothing but my own breathing. Then I heard it, the slightest sound behind me, just a soft displacement of air, like someone carefully setting down a foot. I spun around, but the trail behind me was empty. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid as soon as I said it. The sound didn't seem human. It was too deliberate. I waited another minute, heard nothing more, and continued walking. Within 20 steps I heard it again, a soft sound keeping pace with me about 30 feet back. I stopped. It stopped. At this point, I told myself it was probably just an echo of my own footsteps bouncing off the dense trees, or maybe a deer paralleling my path, though that didn't explain why I couldn't hear it when I wasn't moving. I picked up my pace slightly, paying more attention now to the sounds behind me than to the trail ahead. I walked for about 5 minutes, then abruptly turned around and backtracked. If something was following me, this would throw it off. As I retraced my steps, I deliberately made noise, scuffing my boots and slapping my hiking pole against a fallen log. I stopped and held my breath. For 10 seconds, nothing. Then I heard it, the sound of something adjusting its position in the undergrowth about 20 yards away, off to the right of the trail. It wasn't loud, just a subtle shifting of weight, but in that unnatural silence, it might as well have been a gunshot. I felt my heart rate spike. I'm not afraid of wildlife. I've encountered bears and cougars before and know how to handle those situations. But this felt different. Whatever was tracking me was being too careful, too methodical. Predators in these woods don't usually stalk humans with such patience. I decided to continue forward, back on my original course, but moved with more purpose now. I kept telling myself it was probably just a curious predator, maybe a mountain lion sizing me up. They rarely attack adults, and making myself look big and making noise would likely scare it off. So I started talking out loud, just random comments about the trail and the weather, occasional loud exclamations when I pretended to nearly slip. All the while, I was straining to hear any movement behind me. For about 20 minutes, I heard nothing. The forest was still eerily quiet. No birds, no insects. But the stalking sounds had stopped. I started to relax slightly, thinking maybe my noise had discouraged whatever it was. Then I came across a small clearing where an old logging machine sat rusting, half swallowed by vegetation. It looked like it had been abandoned decades ago, a massive metal claw now serving as a trellis for vines and moss. The clearing was maybe 30 feet across, a rare open space in the dense forest. I stopped at the edge, suddenly unwilling to cross such an exposed area. Something felt wrong about this space. The silence seemed even more oppressive here, and the air felt colder despite the lack of shade. I took out one of my water bottles, took a long drink, then had an idea. I took a few steps into the clearing, then tossed the water bottle ahead of me, aiming for the far side. I expected to hear it bounce on the ground, maybe roll a bit. Instead, it landed with a dull thud and disappeared. I blinked, sure I was seeing things wrong. The bottle had vanished mid-air, as if it had passed through an invisible barrier. There was no hole in the ground, no unusual terrain, just flat, grassy clearing, and now no water bottle. I stood frozen, my brain struggling to process what I'd just seen. That's when I heard it, breathing, right behind me, close enough that I should have felt it on my neck. I whipped around, hiking poles raised defensively, but there was nothing there, just empty air and the tree line about 10 feet away. The breathing stopped. I backed away from that spot, moving sideways to keep both the empty space behind me and the clearing in view. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. This wasn't making any sense. The rational part of my brain was desperately trying to come up with explanations. Weird acoustic effects, my imagination getting the best of me. But deep down, I knew something truly abnormal was happening. As I backed toward the edge of the clearing, I had a sudden flash of memory. My cat hunting a mouse in my apartment. The way it moved with complete silence, seeming to disappear despite being right in plain sight. The patience as it waited for exactly the right moment to pounce. The absolute confidence of a predator that knows its prey is doomed. That's what this felt like. I was being hunted by something that was better at this than I was. I abandoned any thought of continuing my original route. I needed to get back to the main trail and then to my car as quickly as possible. I turned and started walking with purpose, no longer trying to be quiet, but not running either. Running triggers prey instincts in predators, and whatever this was, I didn't want to give it that satisfaction. Every few minutes, I would stop, turn around, and listen. Each time I heard the pattern repeat, movement that stopped when I stopped, that adjusted when I changed direction. It was keeping pace with me, staying just far enough back to remain unseen in the dense forest. About 30 minutes into my retreat, I rounded a bend in the trail and stopped dead. There, sitting perfectly centered on the path about 20 feet ahead, was my water bottle, the one that had vanished in the clearing. I felt a cold sweat break out across my back. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't the bottle falling differently than I perceived. This was a message. Whatever was following me wanted me to know it was there, that it could do things I couldn't understand, and that it was playing with me. I gave the bottle a wide berth, stepping off the trail to go around it. I didn't touch it. Somehow that felt important, not to engage with this communication. The next hour was the longest of my life. I maintained a brisk pace, constantly scanning my surroundings, listening for any sounds behind me. Occasionally I'd hear it, a branch cracking just after I'd passed a similar spot, the soft displacement of undergrowth. It was staying with me the entire way. When I finally reached the junction with the main trail, I almost cried with relief. The main path was wider, better maintained, and somehow felt safer, though logically I knew that was ridiculous. Whatever was following me could just as easily continue on this trail. But something changed once I hit that main trail. The silence began to lift. First, I heard a distant bird call, then another answered. Within minutes, the normal forest sounds had returned. The rustle of leaves in the breeze, the chattering of squirrels, the background hum of insects. I stopped and listened carefully. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing following me. It was gone. I made it back to my car without further incident. I didn't run, but I didn't dawdle either. The parking lot now had 4 cars in it, which gave me a strange sense of comfort. Other humans were somewhere on these trails, living their normal hiking experiences, while I was still trembling from whatever I'd just encountered. It's been 4 weeks, and I still don't know what happened out there. I've researched local wildlife extensively, and nothing explains what I experienced. The disappearing water bottle, the breathing right behind me with nothing there, the deliberate placement of the bottle on my path. These aren't animal behaviors. I've gone hiking twice since then, but only on popular trails, and never alone. I find myself constantly checking over my shoulder, mapping my route carefully, avoiding certain types of terrain. I can't shake the feeling that I was allowed to leave that day, that whatever was hunting me decided, for reasons I'll never understand, to let me go. The woods don't feel the same anymore. They're still beautiful, still a necessary escape from city life. But now I know they contain things that can move without being seen and observe without being detected. Things that don't follow the rules we think govern our world. And sometimes they follow you. Story 8. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 2 weeks since I got back from what was supposed to be a relaxing solo camping trip, and I keep waking up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear footsteps circling my apartment. I know it's just the neighbors or the pipes or whatever, but after what happened, every little sound sets me on edge. I needed to get away. Work had been absolutely crushing me for months, and I just couldn't handle being around people anymore. I wanted complete isolation. No cell service, no hikers walking by, no designated campsites with families 20 feet away. My coworker Mark had mentioned this spot he'd found years ago when he was into backcountry camping. Said it was the most peaceful place he'd ever been to, a pristine riverbank, about 2 hours from the nearest highway, completely unmarked and unknown except to locals who probably kept it secret on purpose. Mark drew me a rough map on a napkin during lunch break. It wasn't much, just some landmarks to watch for and an approximation of how far to hike in. "You'll know it when you see it," he told me. Perfect flat ground covered in pine needles, moss everywhere, and the river bending around it like a natural boundary. It sounded exactly like what I needed. I took Friday off work and headed out Thursday night after packing my gear. I wanted a full 3 days of solitude. The drive was long and mostly on back roads, and I kept second-guessing myself as the GPS signal weakened. Finally found the small dirt turnout Mark had described, barely visible from the road. I parked, checked my supplies one last time, and started hiking in around 6 in the evening. The forest was denser than I expected. Tall pines blocked most of the sunlight, and the trail wasn't really a trail at all, just slightly less vegetation in certain spots. I followed Mark's landmarks as best I could. A lightning-struck tree, a small clearing with a distinctive boulder, a steep descent followed by a creek crossing. The hike took about an hour and a half, longer than Mark had said, but I was moving cautiously with my pack. When I finally reached the spot, it was exactly as Mark had described. The river curved gently around a flat area covered in soft pine needles and patches of bright green moss. Trees provided the perfect amount of shade while still allowing dappled sunlight through. It was absolutely perfect, secluded, quiet except for the river and occasional bird song, and not a sign of human presence anywhere. I set up camp quickly, wanting to get my tent secured before dark. Found a flat spot about 30 feet from the riverbank where I could hear the water but wouldn't have to worry about rising levels if it rained. Built a small fire ring with rocks from the riverbank, unpacked my gear, and finally just sat and breathed. The silence was incredible. Not complete silence, but natural sounds that somehow amplified the feeling of being alone rather than diminishing it. After cooking a simple dinner on my portable stove, I sat by the fire for a few hours, just watching the flames and feeling the tension drain from my body. I was tired from the hike, but also felt more relaxed than I had in months. Around 10, I doused the fire carefully and crawled into my sleeping bag. Fell asleep almost instantly to the sound of the river. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. My watch said 12:47, so I'd been asleep for maybe 2 hours. What bothered me was that I was completely, unnaturally alert. Not the groggy, confused awakening you get from a noise or nightmare, but the kind of alertness that feels like your body is trying to tell you something important. I lay perfectly still, listening. The river's sound seemed muted somehow, as if something was blocking the noise. Then I heard it, a single clear snap from directly behind my tent, like a stick breaking under someone's foot, not the random fall of a branch or the rustling of a small animal, a deliberate sound. I held my breath, straining to hear anything else. Nothing came. After a few minutes of silence, I convinced myself it must have been a deer passing through, or maybe just branches settling as the temperature dropped. I eventually drifted back to sleep, but it was restless, filled with dreams of being watched. Morning came with bright sunshine and bird song that made my midnight fears seem ridiculous. I made coffee, ate breakfast, and decided to explore the area a bit. The forest around the campsite was beautiful. Huge old pines, patches of ferns, mushrooms growing on fallen logs. I followed the riverbank upstream for about half a mile, taking pictures and enjoying the isolation. On my way back, I veered slightly away from the river, wanting to see more of the surrounding forest. About a quarter mile from my camp, I stumbled upon something that made my stomach tighten. It was another campsite, old and abandoned, but unmistakably human. A collapsed tent, its fabric rotted and torn, lay half buried in pine needles. Rusted food cans were scattered around a fire ring of blackened stones. But what really unsettled me was a perfect tower of rocks stacked beside the fire ring. 7 flat stones balanced precisely on top of each other, the smallest at the top. It wasn't natural, and it didn't look weathered like everything else at the site. It looked recent. I stood there for several minutes, unable to shake the feeling that I was trespassing. This clearly wasn't some official backcountry site. It was someone's private spot, someone who might still use it. The collapsed tent could have been there for years, but that rock tower, that felt new. I hurried back to my camp, suddenly eager to check on my things. Everything looked untouched at first glance, but as I went through my backpack to get my water filter, I realized something was missing. My hunting knife, a good one with a 6-inch fixed blade that I always brought camping, wasn't in its usual pocket. I tore through my pack, thinking I might have packed it somewhere else, but it was definitely gone. I tried to rationalize. Maybe I had forgotten to pack it? No, I specifically remembered checking it off my list. Had I dropped it during my hike in? Possible, but unlikely given how securely it was usually stored. The most disturbing possibility, that someone had taken it while I was exploring, kept pushing its way into my thoughts. The rest of the day, I couldn't relax. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the tree line for movement. I considered packing up and leaving, but something stubborn in me refused to let fear chase me away. Besides, hiking out through unfamiliar forest as evening approached seemed riskier than staying put. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the knife would turn up, that the abandoned campsite was probably years old. I built a larger fire than the previous night, hoping it would provide some sense of security. Cooked dinner early and ate while it was still light. As darkness fell, I kept feeding the fire, not wanting to retreat to my tent. Eventually, though, exhaustion won out. I put extra logs on the fire and zipped myself into my sleeping bag around 11. Sleep came in fits and starts. Every sound jerked me awake. The crack of burning wood, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of wind through pine needles. Then, around 2 in the morning, I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, careful footsteps on pine needles, circling my campsite. I froze, barely breathing. The footsteps were unhurried, deliberate. They started near the river, moved behind my tent, then around to the remains of my fire. They paused there for several minutes. I could feel whoever it was standing there, looking at my tent, knowing I was inside. Then the footsteps continued their circuit, moving back toward the river, then behind my tent again. This pattern continued for at least 20 minutes, a slow, methodical circling of my camp. Then silence, complete silence that was somehow worse than the footsteps. I lay there for what felt like hours, ears straining for any sound. My flashlight was clutched in my sweaty hand, but I was too terrified to use it, afraid of what, or who, I might illuminate outside the thin fabric of my tent. Finally, after about an hour of silence, I worked up the courage to look. With shaking hands, I slowly unzipped the tent door, just enough to shine my flashlight through the gap. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the clearing, the fire ring with its cold ashes, the edge of the forest. Nothing moved. I widened the opening slightly, sweeping the light in a broader arc. That's when I saw it, my knife, lying on the ground about 10 feet from my tent. The blade was pointing directly at me, gleaming in the flashlight beam. The sheath was nowhere to be seen. Someone had taken my knife, removed it from its sheath, and deliberately placed it, pointing at my tent like a warning. I quickly zipped the tent closed, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just sat there, clutching my flashlight, listening for footsteps that never returned. As soon as the first gray light of dawn appeared, I packed up. I didn't make coffee, didn't eat breakfast, didn't even bother properly breaking down my campsite. I stuffed everything into my pack, grabbed the knife, using a shirt to pick it up, though I'm not sure why, and practically ran back through the forest toward my car. The hike out was a blur. I kept looking behind me, certain I was being followed, though I never saw or heard anyone. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and locked the doors, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The entire drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I'd see someone following me. It's been 2 weeks now. I've told a few friends what happened, but I can tell they think I'm exaggerating or that I scared myself over nothing. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was just some local who uses that spot and wanted to frighten me away. But I can't shake the feeling that there was something more threatening in that deliberate display with the knife. I asked Mark about the spot again, casually, not wanting to seem freaked out. He got a weird look on his face and said he hadn't been there in years. When I mentioned the abandoned campsite with the stacked rocks, he said he'd never seen anything like that. Then he changed the subject. I still have the knife. Sometimes I think about throwing it away, but part of me feels like that would be acknowledging that something truly unexplainable happened out there. So it sits in my drawer, and I try not to think about who might have handled it that night, or why they chose to leave it pointing at me instead of just taking it, or worse, using it. Story 9. I've never told anyone this story outside my therapy sessions. It's been 6 years, and I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, checking my hands in a panic. I know how it sounds, but I need to get this off my chest. It happened during spring break back in college. There were 5 of us: me, Jesse, Kayla, Marcus, and Trent. We'd been friends since freshman year, and camping in Blackwood Forest had become our annual tradition before graduation sent us all in different directions. Jesse was the outdoorsy one who always organized these trips. He grew up near those woods and knew them better than any of us. Back then, I thought that was reassuring. We arrived at the campsite around mid-afternoon on a Friday. It was pretty remote, about a 3-hour drive from campus, and then another 40-minute hike from where we had to park the cars. No cell reception, no other campers for miles. Just the way we liked it. The day started normal enough. We set up our tents, collected firewood, and Marcus caught some fish from the nearby creek for dinner. As the sun started to set, we gathered around the fire. The temperature was dropping, and the crackling flames felt good against the April chill. We'd been drinking a bit, passing around a bottle of whiskey Trent had brought. I remember the warm burn in my chest as I took a swig, how the stars seemed to multiply above us as night fully settled in. That's when Jesse started telling his story. "You guys know why I picked this specific spot, right?" he asked, his face half hidden in shadow, the fire casting this weird orange glow across his features. None of us did. We'd always just followed his lead on these trips. "This part of Blackwood has a history," he continued, his voice dropping lower. "About 15 years ago, there was a series of murders that happened around here. I remember rolling my eyes. Jesse always tried to freak us out with local legends on these trips. Last year it was some bullshit about a Wendigo, but something about his tone was different this time. He wasn't smiling like he usually did when telling these stories. The newspapers called him the finger collector," Jesse said, staring into the fire. "Between 2000 and 2007, 6 bodies were found in these woods. They all had something in common: 3 specific fingers missing from their left hand, the pointer, ring, and pinky fingers." "That's messed up," Kayla murmured, pulling her sleeves down over her hands. Jesse nodded. "The first victim they found was this big construction worker, something like 47 years old, 6'4", 240 pounds. Then came a middle-aged woman, then a college student, then a high school kid. Each victim was smaller than the last. The police thought it was random at first, but then they noticed the pattern." "What pattern?" Trent asked, taking another swig from the bottle. "The killer was working his way down in size," Jesse said. And it wasn't just any fingers he was taking. Always the same three, always from the left hand. I remember the way the fire popped just then, sending sparks flying into the darkness. One landed on my jeans, and I jumped more than I should have. The break in the case came when they found a partial fingerprint at one of the scenes, Jesse continued. They ran it through the system and got a match to this guy named Leonard Crick. He'd been arrested years before for some minor offense, but here's the weird part. When they pulled his file, they discovered he'd lost his ring and pinky fingers in an industrial accident when he was younger. So what? He was collecting replacement fingers? Marcus laughed, but it sounded forced. Jesse didn't laugh back. That's exactly what the investigators figured out. This Crick guy was trying to make himself whole again, taking fingers from different people, trying to find the perfect match for his missing ones. The wind picked up then, rustling the trees around us. I swear I could feel eyes on my back, watching from the darkness beyond our little circle of firelight. The last body they found was a 13-year-old boy, Jesse said, his voice barely above a whisper now. But he only had 2 fingers missing, the ring and pinky. The pointer finger was still there. So the psycho found what he was looking for? Trent asked. Jesse shrugged. That's the thing, they never caught him, never even found Crick. The murders just stopped. We all sat there in silence for a minute. The only sounds were the crackling fire and the wind in the trees. That's total bullshit, Marcus finally said, but I could hear the tension in his voice. Look it up when we get back, Jesse replied. Blackwood finger collector. It was all over the news back then. Why would you bring us camping where a serial killer operated? Kayla asked, clearly annoyed. It was 15 years ago, Jesse said with a shrug. Besides, the best camping spots are always the ones with a good story. We tried to move on, telling other stories and jokes, but something had changed. The woods around us seemed darker, more alive somehow. Every snapping twig made me flinch. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, watching us from the trees. Eventually, we decided to call it a night. I remember hesitating before crawling into my tent, taking one last look at the forest around us. The fire was dying down to embers, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for us like fingers. I shared a tent with Marcus. He fell asleep pretty quickly, but I just lay there, staring at the nylon ceiling, listening. The wind had picked up, making the tent walls flutter. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. I must have eventually drifted off because I jerked awake sometime later, heart pounding. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it again, a snapping twig not far from our campsite. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving around the perimeter of our camp. I nudged Marcus. "Hey," I whispered. "Wake up." He groaned and rolled over. "What?" "There's someone out there." He listened for a moment. "It's probably just an animal. Go back to sleep." But it wasn't moving like an animal. The steps were too regular, too purposeful. I unzipped my sleeping bag and moved closer to the tent entrance, listening. The footsteps had stopped. I held my breath, waiting. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold, the sound of a tent zipper being slowly opened. But it wasn't our tent. "Someone's in the camp," I hissed at Marcus, who was now sitting up. "What? Who?" "I don't know, but they're at one of the tents." We both froze as we heard Kayla's voice from across the campsite. "Hello? Guys, is that you?" Then a scream that cut off abruptly. Everything happened fast after that. Marcus and I burst out of our tent. Trent emerged from his at the same time. The campfire was just glowing embers now, barely illuminating anything. Kayla's tent, which she'd been sharing with Jesse, had its entrance flap wide open. "Kayla," Trent called out, moving toward her tent. No answer. I grabbed the flashlight from my tent and switched it on, sweeping the beam across the campsite. The light caught something at the edge of the trees. A figure dragging something into the forest. "Hey!" Marcus shouted, already running after them. I followed, heart hammering in my chest. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly as I ran, catching glimpses of trees, undergrowth, and then, about 20 yards ahead, the back of someone dragging Kayla by her arms. She wasn't moving. "Stop!" I yelled, but the figure didn't even look back, just kept moving deeper into the forest. We chased them for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. The forest was dense, branches whipping at my face as I ran. Then suddenly I couldn't see them anymore. We stopped, panting, trying to catch our breath. "Where did they go?" Trent gasped. I swept the flashlight around us, but there was nothing, just trees in every direction. That's when I realized I had no idea which way the campsite was. "We need to go back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Get help." "Back where?" Marcus asked, turning in a circle. "I don't know which way is back." We stood there, paralyzed with indecision, when we heard Jesse calling for us. His voice sounded distant, but it was definitely him. "Jesse!" Trent shouted. "Over here!" We heard rustling, and then Jesse appeared, weaving through the trees toward us. He had a flashlight too, the beam cutting through the darkness. "What the hell are you guys doing out here?" he demanded. "Someone took Kayla," I said. "We were chasing them." "What are you talking about?" Jesse interrupted. "Kayla's back at camp. She went to use the bathroom in the woods and got a little lost. I found her and brought her back." We all stared at him, unable to process what he was saying. "But we saw someone dragging her," Marcus insisted. Jesse shook his head. "You guys have been drinking. You probably saw shadows and panicked because of that stupid story I told." "It wasn't shadows," I said firmly. "We all saw it." Jesse sighed. "Look, let's just get back to camp. It's this way." He turned and started walking. After a moment of hesitation, we followed. What choice did we have? The walk back seemed to take longer than it should have. The forest felt different now, more maze-like, the trees all looking the same. Jesse moved confidently, though, leading us through the darkness. When we finally reached the campsite, Kayla was indeed sitting by the rekindled fire, wrapped in a blanket. She looked up as we approached. "There you guys are," she said. "Jesse said you all ran off into the woods." "We thought someone took you," Trent said, sitting down next to her. "We heard you scream." She furrowed her brow. "I didn't scream. I got up to pee and got a bit turned around in the dark. Jesse found me and brought me back." I looked at Marcus, who seemed as confused as I felt. Had we imagined the whole thing? The zipper opening, the scream, the figure dragging her away? We settled back around the fire, but nobody was talking much. I kept scanning the darkness beyond our circle of light, unable to shake the feeling that we were being watched. As dawn approached, I must have dozed off for a bit by the fire. I woke with a start to find Jesse crouched beside me, staring. There was something off about his expression. It was too blank, too still. "You need to be more careful," he whispered. "The woods aren't safe at night." Before I could respond, he stood up and walked to his tent. I watched him go, a chill running down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. The rest of the day was tense. We packed up early and hiked back to the cars in near silence. The whole way out, I kept feeling like something was following us, just out of sight. When we got back to campus, I did something I probably should have done before we ever went camping. I looked up the Blackwood finger collector. There was nothing. No news articles, no police reports, nothing about missing fingers or bodies found in those woods. It was just another one of Jesse's stories. But here's the thing that still haunts me. 6 years later, 2 weeks after that camping trip, Jesse disappeared, just vanished from campus with no explanation. The police investigated, but they never found anything. His family said he'd been acting strange in the weeks before he vanished, withdrawn, paranoid, always looking over his shoulder. Sometimes I wonder if his story wasn't entirely made up. Maybe he'd heard something, some local legend he embellished for our campfire. Or maybe, I don't like to think about the other possibility, about how Jesse knew exactly where to take us camping, about how confident he seemed navigating those woods in the dark, about that blank stare he gave me by the fire. The night after Jesse disappeared, I had a dream. I was back in those woods, alone. I heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Jesse walking toward me. He was smiling, but something was wrong with his left hand. When he raised it to wave at me, I saw that his pointer finger wasn't his at all. It was smaller, paler, clearly belonging to someone else. I woke up drenched in sweat, my left hand clenched in a fist so tight it hurt to open it. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still check my fingers, counting them one by one, making sure they're all still mine. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about it. It's been 7 months since New Year's night, but I can't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, no matter what the official report says. I've been a volunteer firefighter and EMT in Lakeville for almost 4 years now. It's a small town, the kind where everyone knows each other, which makes what happened even harder to process. My dad's been with the department for 25 years, and he's seen some shit. But even he said this was one of the weirdest calls he's ever responded to. So it's New Year's night. Everyone's celebrating, drunk texts flying around, the usual chaos. I was at my buddy Mike's place for a small get-together. Nothing crazy, just a few beers and watching the ball drop on TV. I was trying to be responsible since I was on call that night. My pager went off at 11:47 p.m. I remember checking the time because I was thinking, great, not even midnight yet. The dispatcher's voice came through. Possible MVA with injuries at 427 River Road. I froze. That's our fire hall's address. I called my dad immediately. He lives closer to the station than I do, and told him I'd meet him there in 5 minutes. I remember apologizing to Mike's wife as I was already putting on my coat, spilling my beer a little in the rush. The drive to the station was surreal. Fireworks were still going off in the distance. People were out on their porches celebrating, completely unaware of what was happening just down the road. When I pulled up, my dad's truck was already there, emergency lights reflecting off the snow. The temperature was brutal that night, something like 15 below zero, the kind of cold that makes your lungs hurt when you breathe. I'll never forget what I saw when I got out of my truck. A single car, a dark blue Honda Civic, was parked at an odd angle near our main entrance. Headlights still on, engine running, driver's door open. And halfway out of the passenger side was a young woman, slumped over like someone had just dropped her there. My dad was already assessing the scene, radio in hand, calling for backup and an ambulance. "Jason," he called out to me, his breath visible in the cold air. "Approach with caution. Something's not right here." I grabbed my medical bag from my truck and jogged over. As I got closer, I could see the woman better. Young, maybe mid-20s, blonde hair. She was wearing a sparkly gold dress, the kind you'd wear to a New Year's party, and one high heel was still on, while the other was nowhere to be seen. I scanned the area quickly, looking for any sign of other victims or maybe the driver, but there was nobody else. What made my stomach drop was the pool spreading beneath her, dark, almost black in the dim light, blood, and it was freezing almost as fast as it was coming out of her, creating this horrific slush around her body. I dropped to my knees beside her, not even thinking about the fact that I was kneeling in her blood. It immediately soaked through my jeans, ice cold. I checked for a pulse, weak but there. Her skin was already cool to the touch, but she wasn't showing signs of advanced hypothermia yet, which meant whatever happened had been recent. "Miss, can you hear me?" Nothing. No response. Dad was securing the scene, placing flares on the road, calling in our situation. I focused on finding the source of the bleeding. There was so much of it, but in the dark, with just our flashlights and the car's headlights, it was hard to see where it was coming from. I ran my gloved hands carefully over her body, checking for obvious injuries. When I got to her head, my fingers slipped through her hair, which was matted and slick with blood, and then I felt it, a hole, a clean, perfectly round hole at the base of her skull, right where the skull meets the neck. My training kicked in, but my mind was racing. This wasn't a car accident. This was an execution-style wound. Someone had shot this woman and dumped her at our fire station. "Dad!" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think she's been shot. Base of the skull. Entry wound. No exit that I can find." He was on the radio immediately. "Dispatch, be advised we have a GSW victim, possible homicide. Need police response ASAP." Within minutes, the scene was chaos. 2 police cruisers arrived with sirens blaring, then another ambulance from the county service. The cops immediately started sweeping the area with flashlights, guns drawn. One of them, Officer Reynolds, I've known him since high school, came over to me as I was placing a pressure bandage on the wound. "What the hell happened here, Jason?" he asked, his eyes constantly scanning the tree line behind our station. "I don't know," I said, focused on the woman, "but someone shot her and left her here, deliberately, at our station." That's when it really hit me. This wasn't random. Someone had specifically brought this woman to our fire hall. Was it a message? Were they watching us right now from the darkness? The ambulance crew took over, and I stepped back, suddenly aware of how cold I was, my jeans frozen stiff with blood. They worked quickly, getting her on a backboard, intubating her, starting IVs. The police had called in a helicopter from Mercy Hospital in the city. Serious trauma cases in our rural area always get airlifted. We're too far from any trauma center for ground transport. As they were preparing to move her to the landing zone we'd set up in the baseball field across the street, one of the EMTs found her purse still in the car. Inside was her driver's license. Emily Donovan, 24, from Shelburne, about 30 miles away. I didn't recognize her. Neither did my dad or any of the officers. Why was she here? Who would do this to her? The helicopter arrived, whipping up the snow around us into a blinding white cloud. The noise was deafening, drowning out the police radios and the shouted instructions between the medical team. I watched as they loaded her in, the flight medic already working on her, hooking up more equipment. As the helicopter lifted off, Officer Reynolds came back over to me. "We need to process the scene. You should go home and change." He looked at my blood-soaked clothes with concern. "And Jason, watch your back. We don't know what this is about yet." Those words stuck with me. Watch your back. Whoever did this was still out there. I didn't go home. Instead, I went back into the station and changed into my spare uniform. No way was I leaving my dad and the others there with a potential shooter still in the area. The police had called in reinforcements from the county sheriff's office, and they were combing the woods behind our station with K9 units. Around 2 in the morning, my phone started blowing up. The news had somehow already gotten out, probably through the police scanner, and it was spreading like wildfire on social media. People were saying there was an active shooter targeting first responders in Lakeville. Others were claiming it was a gang hit. The rumors were insane. My mom called, frantic, and I had to reassure her that Dad and I were fine, just helping with the investigation. Friends were texting, asking what was happening. It was exhausting. By 7 a.m., we still had no answers. The police had found no shell casings, no weapon, no footprints leading away from the scene, nothing. The car was registered to Emily, but it gave us no clues. Everything looked normal inside except for some blood on the passenger seat. I finally went home around 8 after the police finished taking our statements. I was dead on my feet, could barely keep my eyes open during the drive. When I got home, I stood in the shower for nearly an hour, watching Emily's blood wash off my skin and down the drain, wondering if she was still alive. Later that day, I had to go to my aunt's New Year's Day gathering, a family tradition I couldn't get out of, despite having been up all night. Everyone had heard about what happened, of course. Small town, big news. Was she really executed, Jason? My cousin asked the minute I walked in the door. Did they catch the shooter? My uncle wanted to know. Why would someone target the fire station? Are you in danger? Was it drug-related? I tried to answer politely, saying that I couldn't discuss an ongoing investigation, but they kept pressing. Finally, after my aunt's neighbor, who I barely knew, asked if I had seen the exit wound and whether her brains were everywhere, I snapped. She was a real person, I shouted, startling everyone in the room. She has a family somewhere who doesn't even know if she's alive or dead right now. This isn't some crime show for you to gossip about. I left early, couldn't deal with it. For the next few weeks, I jumped at every sound. I checked my rearview mirror constantly, convinced someone was following me. I couldn't sleep without seeing Emily's face, pale and lifeless, or feeling that hole beneath my fingertips. I kept thinking, why our station? Was it random, or was someone sending a message specifically to us? Then, 3 weeks after it happened, I got a call from Detective Harmon, who was leading the investigation. He asked me to come down to the station. When I arrived, he sat me down in a small room and pushed a file across the table. We got the final medical examiner's report, he said, and reviewed all the security footage from businesses along Main Street. I opened the file, and what I saw didn't make sense. According to the report, Emily Donovan hadn't been shot. The wound I'd felt, that perfect round hole, was from a fall. She had slipped on ice outside a bar in town and hit the back of her head on a concrete curb. The impact had created a puncture wound that, in the dark, with all the blood, I had mistaken for a gunshot. But why was she at our station? I asked, still not understanding. Detective Harmon played a security video from a gas station across from the bar. It showed Emily stumbling to her car, clearly intoxicated. A friend tried to stop her, but she drove off anyway. The next video showed her car driving erratically down Main Street, then turning onto River Road, the road our station is on. We think she was trying to get help, he explained. She realized she was hurt and saw the fire station. Or maybe she just couldn't drive any further. Either way, there was no shooter, Jason, no execution, just a tragic accident. I should have felt relieved, but I didn't. Even now, months later, I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. The wound I felt was so clean, so precise. And why would she get back in her car after hitting her head that badly? The official story is that Emily survived but suffered significant brain damage. She's in a long-term care facility now. I've thought about visiting her, but what would I say? Sorry, I thought someone tried to murder you. I'm back at work now, still volunteering at the fire hall, but everything's different. I find myself scanning the tree line whenever I'm outside the station. I check under my car before getting in. I installed security cameras at my house. Most people have moved on, found new things to gossip about, but I can't forget the feeling of kneeling in that freezing blood, searching for a wound in the dark, absolutely certain that someone was watching us from the shadows. Maybe it was just a tragic accident. The evidence says it was, but why can't I believe it? Story 11. I still can't sleep well at night. It's been 3 months since that weekend at Eric's uncle's cabin, and I find myself constantly checking the locks on my doors and windows. I've tried therapy, meditation, even sleeping pills, but nothing stops the nightmares or the feeling that something followed us back from those woods. I guess I should start from the beginning. The 5 of us, me, Josh, Eric, Matt, and Dylan, had been friends since freshman year of high school. But after college, jobs, relationships, and life in general pulled us in different directions. We'd text occasionally in our group chat, but it had been almost 2 years since we'd all been in the same room together. It was Eric who suggested the cabin trip. His uncle owned this place up near the Canadian border, completely off-grid. No electricity except for a small generator, no cell service, no Wi-Fi. Just like the old days, Eric said. Beer, bullshit, and no distractions. It sounded perfect for reconnecting. The drive up took about 4 hours from Minneapolis. I carpooled with Josh while the others came together in Eric's truck. As we got further north, the towns got smaller, the roads narrower, and the forest thicker. Eric's uncle had given detailed directions since GPS wouldn't work that far out. The last 20 minutes were on a dirt road that seemed to get narrower with every turn. When we finally pulled up to the cabin, it was exactly what you'd expect, a simple 1-story log structure with a wraparound porch. Nothing fancy, just a typical hunting cabin. The main room had a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen area, and enough space for all 5 of us to crash. Eric's uncle had stocked it with firewood, non-perishable food, and a few cases of beer. That first night was great. We got a fire going outside in the pit, grilled some burgers, and caught up on each other's lives. Dylan was engaged now. Matt had just started a new job. Josh was thinking about moving to Colorado. Simple stuff, normal stuff. But even during those first few hours, I noticed something about the darkness surrounding us. It wasn't like city darkness, where there's always some ambient light. This was absolute consuming darkness. The kind where you can't see your hand in front of your face when you step away from the fire, and it felt heavy somehow. We turned in around midnight. The cabin had 2 small bedrooms with bunk beds, so we split up. Dylan and Eric in one room, Josh and Matt in the other. I took the pull-out couch in the main room. That first night, I kept waking up to the sound of the cabin creaking and the wind whistling through tiny gaps in the windows. Nothing unusual for an old cabin, but it put me on edge. I chalked it up to being in an unfamiliar place and too much beer. The next morning, after a big breakfast of eggs and bacon cooked on the wood stove, Eric suggested we check out this hiking trail his uncle had told him about. It wasn't on any maps, just marked with orange ribbons tied to trees. The trail supposedly led to a pretty awesome overlook. So we packed some sandwiches, filled our water bottles, and headed out. The path was pretty obvious at first, winding through pine and birch trees. The orange ribbons appeared every 30 yards or so. About an hour in, Dylan spotted something off to the right of the trail. An old tree stand, the kind hunters use. It was rotting and clearly hadn't been used in years. Creepy, Matt said, looking up at it. Imagine sitting up there in the dark, waiting for a deer. Or waiting for hikers, Josh joked. Nobody laughed. We reached the overlook around noon. It was genuinely beautiful. You could see for miles across the forest, with a small lake glimmering in the distance. We ate our sandwiches there, took some pictures, and headed back. By the time we returned to the cabin, the sun was setting. That's when things started getting weird. Matt began acting strangely. He kept glancing out the windows, even though it was pitch black outside and he couldn't possibly see anything. When Josh asked what was wrong, Matt just shrugged and said, "Don't you feel like we're being watched?" We all kind of laughed it off. Eric suggested it was probably just wildlife. Deer, maybe a bear. My uncle says there's a lot of wildlife out here. They get curious but generally keep their distance. We played cards for a while, drank more beer, reminisced about high school. Normal stuff. But I noticed Matt continued to glance at the windows. And honestly, I was starting to feel it too. This weird sensation that something was out there, just beyond the light from our windows. Around 11, we were all sitting in the main room when we heard it. Footsteps on the wooden porch. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving from one side of the cabin to the other. They weren't animal footsteps. They were too measured, too intentional. We all froze. Eric was the first to speak. "Probably just a raccoon or something," he said, but his voice cracked. "That's not a fucking raccoon," Dylan whispered. The footsteps stopped at the front door. We heard the handle rattle slightly, as if someone was testing it. Eric grabbed a poker from beside the fireplace and moved toward the door. I wanted to tell him to stop, but my mouth felt dry. He flipped on the porch light, it ran on the generator, and yanked the door open, brandishing the poker like a weapon. Nothing. The porch was empty. Eric stepped outside and looked around, but it was too dark to see much beyond the small circle of light from the porch lamp. "Hello?" he called out. His voice echoed back from the trees. No response. We double-checked all the locks before going to bed that night. Nobody slept well. The next morning, Eric found something on the porch that made my stomach drop. One of the logs from our firewood pile had been placed directly in front of the door. It had a deep gouge cut into it, not like an animal claw mark, but a clean, deliberate cut, as if made with a knife. "This isn't fucking funny," Eric said, looking at each of us. "Did one of you do this?" We all denied it, of course. Why would any of us go outside in the middle of the night to cut a log? Matt was the first to suggest leaving. "I don't like this, guys. Let's just pack up and go." But Eric was stubborn. "It's probably just some local kids messing with us. My uncle said there's a small town about 8 miles away. Teenagers sometimes come out here when they know the cabin is empty." "But they know it's not empty now," I pointed out. "Our cars are here." Eric went back inside and returned with a small lockbox. When he opened it, I was surprised to see a pistol inside. "My uncle keeps this here for emergencies," he explained. "I've shot it before. I know how to use it." Having the gun made us feel marginally safer, but the mood had definitely changed. We spent the day close to the cabin, splitting more firewood, playing cards, trying to act normal. But we were all on edge, jumping at every sound from the forest. That night, we decided to take turns keeping watch. Eric and Dylan took the first shift from 10 to midnight. Josh and Matt would watch from midnight to 2, and I would take over from 2 to 4. I tried to sleep during the first shift, but I couldn't. I kept thinking about the footsteps, the cut log. At midnight, I heard Eric and Dylan wake up Josh and Matt for their shift. I pretended to be asleep, but I was listening to every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind outside. At around 2 in the morning, I heard Josh whisper urgently, "What the fuck?" Then Matt, "There's someone at the door." I sat up just as I heard the front door handle turn. The door began to open, not forcefully, but casually, as if whoever was outside had a key and was simply walking in. Josh lunged for the door and slammed it shut. "Someone's trying to get in," he shouted, waking Eric and Dylan. Eric grabbed the pistol from the lockbox. "Did you see who it was?" Josh was trembling. "Just a shape, but they ran into the woods when I slammed the door." We spent the rest of the night huddled in the main room, lights on, with Eric holding the gun. Nobody spoke much. We were all too scared, too confused. This wasn't some prank anymore. This was someone, or something, trying to get into the cabin in the middle of the night. As soon as the first hint of dawn appeared, we packed our stuff and got the hell out of there. No breakfast, no cleanup, just threw everything into our cars and left. The entire drive back, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following us. A week later, Eric called me. His uncle had gone up to the cabin to check on things after Eric told him a sanitized version of what happened. He found everything in order, except for one thing. There was an old, rusted hunting knife placed perfectly in the center of the kitchen table. Eric's uncle swore it wasn't his, and it hadn't been there when he last visited the cabin. The 5 of us never went back to that cabin. In fact, we haven't all gotten together since that weekend. It's like what happened there broke something between us. Josh moved to Colorado earlier than planned. Matt rarely responds in our group chat anymore. Dylan and Eric still live in Minneapolis, but they've both made excuses when I've suggested getting together. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I'll hear creaking outside my door. Probably just the building settling, or neighbors moving around. But for a split second, I'm back in that cabin, listening to those slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the porch. And I wonder if whatever was out there in those woods somehow followed me home. I still don't know what happened that weekend. Was it locals messing with out-of-towners? Some deranged hunter? Or something else entirely? All I know is that I've never felt such pure, primal fear as I did when that door started to open in the middle of the night. And part of me is afraid that one night I'll hear my apartment door handle turn, and whoever or whatever was outside that cabin will finally find me again. Story 12. I've always been a city guy, but the constant pressure at work was getting to me. My boss had been writing me for weeks about some deadline that honestly wasn't even my responsibility, and I'd reached my breaking point. I needed to get away. No people, no phones, no emails, just me and nature. That's how I ended up at this remote camping site last weekend, and now I'm not sure I'll ever sleep right again. I found this place online, a semi-maintained public site that wasn't on any major camping maps. Perfect. The directions were vague, just how I wanted it. I drove my old Subaru down this increasingly narrow dirt road for about 40 minutes after turning off the highway. Eventually, it wasn't even a road anymore, just tire tracks through tall grass. I had to stop twice to check my phone's GPS, which barely had signal. The second time I checked, I realized I wasn't even on the map anymore, just a blank area with no roads marked. I finally arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The site was beautiful in that untouched way, just a small clearing surrounded by dense pine trees. with a makeshift fire pit of stones arranged in the center. No picnic tables, no bathrooms, nothing man-made except for a weather-beaten wooden post marking the site number. I couldn't even see or hear any other campers. The silence was immediate and heavy, like the woods were somehow absorbing all sound. Setting up my tent took no time. I'm not exactly an outdoorsman, but I can handle the basics. I gathered wood for a fire, carefully stacking it the way my dad taught me years ago. Kindling at the bottom, medium sticks crossed over, and larger pieces ready to add once it got going. I was weirdly proud of that neat stack of firewood. By the time dusk started settling in, I had a decent fire crackling and my camp chair positioned perfectly. That's when the silence really hit me. No cars in the distance, no planes overhead. Just the occasional pop from the fire and the soft rustle of leaves when a slight breeze picked up. I pulled out my paperback, some thriller I'd been meaning to read for months, and settled in with my flashlight as it got darker. Around 8 or 9, movement caught my eye at the edge of my campsite. A cat, a dark gray cat with these intense yellow-green eyes, was just sitting there, watching me. At first I thought I was seeing things. A house cat? Out here? We had to be at least 15 miles from any actual home. "Hey, buddy," I called softly, not really expecting a reaction. The cat blinked slowly and took a few steps toward me, completely comfortable. Not feral or skittish at all. It moved like someone's pet, confident and calm. That should have been my first warning sign, but instead, I just thought it was cool to have some company. The cat eventually walked right up to my chair, looking at me expectantly. I had some beef jerky in my backpack, so I tore off a small piece and offered it. The cat took it delicately from my fingers and ate it right there. No hesitation. Then it just settled down near my feet, curling up like we'd known each other forever. I kept reading, occasionally glancing down at this mysterious cat that had appeared from nowhere. Around 11, I decided to turn in. The cat followed me to my tent and waited while I got inside. I left the tent flap partially unzipped, thinking it might want to come in, but it just stayed outside, curling up against the side of the tent. I could hear it purring as I fell asleep. Morning came, and the cat was gone. I wasn't too surprised. Cats do their own thing. I made instant coffee on my small camp stove and decided to explore a bit. There was supposed to be a small lake about a mile away, according to the vague map I'd downloaded. I packed some snacks in my water bottle and set off. The hike was peaceful, though I kept feeling like I was being watched. I'd stop occasionally, looking around, but never saw anything except trees and underbrush. The lake was smaller than I expected, but pristine, crystal clear water reflecting the blue sky. I sat on a fallen log and just breathed for a while, trying to let the city stress melt away. Around noon, I headed back to camp. That's when things started getting weird. My carefully stacked firewood was scattered all over the campsite. Not just knocked over, scattered in a way that seemed deliberate. Some pieces were several yards from the fire pit. My first thought was animals. Maybe a raccoon or something had come through. But nothing else was disturbed. My cooler was untouched. My tent was fine. Just the firewood, thrown around like someone was looking for something underneath it. I spent about 20 minutes restacking everything, constantly looking over my shoulder, that feeling of being watched now much stronger. I kept telling myself it was nothing, maybe a strong wind gust while I was gone, though there wasn't a breath of air now. Maybe some other hiker had passed through, though I hadn't seen a single footprint on the barely there trail. As the day wore on, I tried to shake the uneasiness by reading more of my book, but I couldn't focus. Every sound from the woods made me look up. By evening, I was seriously considering packing up early, but the thought of driving that narrow, isolated road in the dark seemed worse than staying. Around dusk, the cat returned, just walked into camp like it owned the place, that same calm demeanor. I was actually relieved to see it, something normal and familiar. It came right up to me again, and I gave it more jerky. This time I noticed it had no collar, but its fur was clean and well kept. Not a stray, definitely not a feral cat. It spent the evening with me, purring whenever I reached down to pet it, completely at ease with the fire and my presence. I stayed up later than I planned, not really wanting to sleep. But eventually, exhaustion won out. Like the night before, the cat followed me to my tent and curled up outside while I zipped myself in. I fell into an uneasy sleep, phone showing just before midnight with one flickering bar of signal. What happened next is why I'm writing this. I woke up suddenly, no idea what time it was, but it was that deep, black part of night. My phone said 2:17 a.m. when I checked. What struck me immediately was the silence, complete, absolute silence. No insects chirping, no rustling leaves, no soft animal sounds from the woods, nothing. It was like someone had hit mute on the entire forest. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps slowly circling my tent. The sound was unmistakable, the soft crunch of pine needles and dirt under something heavy. But the rhythm was off. It was dragging, almost shuffling, like whatever it was couldn't quite lift its feet properly. I froze, barely breathing. The footsteps continued their slow circuit around my tent. One complete circle, then another. They weren't fast or aggressive. That almost would have been less terrifying. They were methodical, purposeful, like something was taking its time, studying my tent from every angle. On the third circle, they stopped directly in front of my tent entrance. I could see the faint shadow of something large, blocking what little moonlight filtered through the trees. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. The tent wall moved slightly, just a small shift inward, like something had brushed against it. Not a push or a grab, just contact, then nothing. The shadow remained, but there was no sound, no movement, just presence. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed, clutching my phone with its useless single bar. Minutes? An hour? Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer terror and adrenaline crash. I woke at the first hint of dawn, light barely filtering through the trees. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing. But when I finally worked up the courage to unzip my tent and look outside, I saw them. Footprints, dozens of them, all around my tent in perfect circles. But not animal prints, human footprints, barefoot human prints, and not just one size. There were clearly different sizes, like multiple people had walked around my tent in the exact same path. Some looked like adult feet, others smaller, like a child's. The cat was gone again. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pack up my gear. I kept looking around, expecting to see someone watching me from between the trees. But there was nothing, just the silent forest and those footprints. I was shoving my sleeping bag into its stuff sack when something made me walk toward the edge of the clearing, about 20 yards from my tent. There, partially hidden in some low brush, was the cat. At first I thought it was just sleeping, but as I got closer, I could see it wasn't breathing. Its body was stiff, eyes half open. I don't know why I did this. Maybe shock, maybe needing to understand, but I gently turned the cat over. No visible injuries, no blood, nothing to explain why it was dead. But when I ran my hand over its neck, I felt something hard under the fur. Parting the gray hair carefully, I found it. a small metallic disc about the size of a dime with a thin plastic-coated wire running from it under the skin. It wasn't like any pet microchip I'd ever seen. It looked advanced, almost surgical in its placement. The disc had tiny markings on it that weren't letters or numbers, just strange, precise patterns I couldn't make sense of. I dropped the cat and backed away. My mind was racing with possibilities, none of them good. Whatever that device was, it wasn't put there by a vet or animal shelter. I threw the rest of my gear into my car haphazardly, not caring about organization or damage. The entire time, I felt eyes on me from every direction. The forest was still unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. As I drove away, bumping violently down that dirt path, I kept checking my rearview mirror. Nothing followed me that I could see, but that feeling of being watched didn't fade until I hit the highway, almost an hour later. I still don't know what happened out there. Was the cat some kind of lure? A test? Was it even really a cat at all? And those footprints, who leaves barefoot prints in a forest at night? Multiple people walking in perfect circles around a stranger's tent and not making a sound except for those deliberate footsteps I was clearly meant to hear. I keep thinking about how normal the cat seemed, how comfortable it was with me, how it behaved exactly like a domestic cat should, except it wasn't. And whatever circled my tent that night wasn't just checking me out, it was monitoring me, studying me. I haven't been sleeping well since I got back. Every noise outside my apartment makes me freeze. And sometimes, when it's very late and very quiet, I swear I can hear those slow, dragging footsteps circling around me in the dark. Story 13. I haven't talked about what happened that day for almost 2 years now. I keep thinking about it, trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I grew up in a small village in Serbia, about 40 kilometers from Belgrade. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, where traditions are important, and where the forests that surround us have always been part of our lives. March 1st is when we celebrate the beginning of spring in our village. It's a big deal here. We have bonfires, music, food, and it's basically an excuse for everyone to get together after the long winter. 2 years ago, my friends and I decided to camp in the woods as part of the celebration. There were 6 of us, me, Luca, Milan, Dragan, Stefan, Nicola, and Marco. We'd been doing this since we were teenagers, but this time was different. We set up our camp about 3 kilometers into the forest, in a clearing we'd used before. It was still chilly, but the winter was ending, and the first signs of spring were starting to show. We got there around 2 in the afternoon and spent a couple hours setting up our tents and getting things ready for the night ahead. Around 4, we realized we needed more firewood for the bonfire. Milan and I volunteered to go look for some while the others finished setting up. This is where things started to get weird. We headed deeper into the forest, picking up fallen branches as we went. It was getting darker earlier than we expected. The trees in this part of the forest are really dense and block out a lot of light. We must have walked for about 20 minutes, laughing and talking about normal stuff. Work, girls, the usual. Then Milan suddenly stopped. "Luca, what the hell is that?" he said, pointing up. At first I couldn't see what he was pointing at. The light was fading, and the trees were casting long shadows. But then I saw it, and I felt my stomach drop. About 7 or 8 meters up a tall, dead oak tree was a sheep, a full-grown sheep just there, not moving, completely still. It was wedged between 2 branches, its body looking unnaturally balanced on the thin limbs of the tree. "What the fuck?" I remember saying. Is that real?" We moved closer to the tree. The sheep was definitely real. It was a normal white sheep like you'd see in any field around our village. But there was nothing normal about where it was or how it got there. The tree was at least 7 meters tall, with no low branches that could be used to climb it. The trunk was too smooth and wide to grip easily. There was no way a sheep could climb it. No way. I remember looking at Milan and seeing the confusion on his face. Maybe it's fake, he suggested. Like a prank or something? I picked up a long stick and poked at one of the sheep's legs that was hanging down. It moved like a real sheep leg would move. It wasn't stiff. It wasn't a toy or a stuffed animal. "It's real," I said. My voice sounded strange even to me. Then I noticed something else that made the whole situation even more disturbing. The sheep looked fresh. There was no blood that I could see, no visible wounds, no smell of decay. Its eyes were closed, almost like it was sleeping. If it had been dead for a while, there should have been signs of decomposition, especially since it had been unusually warm for the past few days. "Maybe a flood carried it up there?" Milan suggested, but even as he said it, we both knew that made no sense. The area hadn't flooded in years, and even if it had, the water would never have reached that height, and the sheep would be wet, rotting, not fresh like this one. "Could an eagle or something have dropped it?" I asked. But again, as soon as I said it, I knew it was impossible. The sheep was too heavy for any bird that lived in our region. We stood there staring at it for what felt like forever. I had this awful feeling in my gut like we were being watched. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of our breathing and the occasional gust of wind through the trees. "Let's go back," Milan finally said. "I don't like this." I agreed, but before we left, I took out my phone and tried to take a picture. My hands were shaking so much that most of them came out blurry, but I got one clear shot. Looking at that picture now still gives me chills. We pretty much ran back to the camp, forgetting all about the firewood. When we got there, the other guys immediately noticed something was wrong. We told them what we'd seen, and of course, they thought we were joking. "Sheep don't climb trees, you idiots," Dragan laughed. "We know that," I said. "That's why it's so fucking weird." I showed them the picture on my phone. They passed it around, their smiles fading as they realized we weren't making it up. "Should we go check it out?" Stefan asked. The thought of going back there made my skin crawl, but I knew they wouldn't believe us completely unless they saw it themselves. So 5 of us went back, leaving Marco at the camp. It took us longer to find the tree this time. The forest was getting darker, and everything looked different in the fading light. For a few minutes, I actually hoped we wouldn't find it again, that maybe we'd imagined the whole thing. But then Nicola spotted it. The same dead tree, the same sheep, still perched impossibly high among the branches. Everyone went quiet. There was something deeply wrong about the sight. It wasn't just unusual or surprising. It felt unnatural in a way that's hard to describe. "Could someone have put it up there?" Dragan asked, his voice much quieter than usual. I shook my head. How? And why? The closest branch was at least 4 meters off the ground. Even with a ladder, it would have been extremely difficult to get a full-grown sheep up there, and to do it without leaving any marks on the tree or the surrounding area seemed impossible. As we stood there trying to make sense of it, Stefan pointed out something else strange. "Look at how it's positioned," he said. "It's almost like it's been placed there deliberately, like it's been arranged." He was right. The sheep wasn't just randomly caught in the branches. It was balanced in a way that seemed intentional, almost displayed. Its legs were neatly folded under it, and its head was positioned as if it was looking down at us. That's when I noticed something else. One of the branches seemed to be poking into the sheep's side, but there was no blood. It was almost like the sheep had been impaled on the branch. But that would be even harder to do than just placing it there. The sun was setting fast now, and none of us wanted to be near that tree in the dark. We hurried back to the camp, all of us quiet, lost in our own thoughts. That night around the campfire, we tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe hunters had put it there to keep it away from wolves. Maybe it was some kind of weird art project. But every explanation felt forced, inadequate. None of us slept well that night. I kept waking up thinking I heard something moving outside my tent. The next morning we packed up early and left. We didn't talk about going back to check the tree. I think we all just wanted to get away from there. For weeks afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I found myself researching strange animal deaths, folklore about animals in trees, anything that might explain what we'd seen. I didn't find anything that made sense. About a month later, something happened that made everything even weirder. I overheard a conversation between Petar, a guy I used to be friends with years ago, and someone I didn't recognize. They were at a cafe in the village and I was sitting nearby. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but when I heard Petar mention the forest and something in a tree, my attention was immediately caught. Petar was describing something he'd seen in the same forest, in almost the exact same location. He hadn't seen a sheep, but he'd found a goat in a similar position, high up in a tree with no explanation for how it got there. This had happened about 3 years before our experience. The stranger asked Petar if he'd heard the rumors about the old man who lives near the eastern edge of the forest. Petar nodded and lowered his voice, so I couldn't hear what he said next. But the look on his face was serious, almost frightened. I wanted to approach them, to ask what they knew, but something held me back. Maybe it was pride. Petar and I hadn't spoken in years after a falling out, or maybe it was fear of what I might learn. A few weeks after that, I was at work when one of my colleagues, Mirjana, mentioned that her uncle owned a farm near the edge of the forest where we'd been camping. She said that about 4 years ago, someone had drawn a large pentagram in one of his fields. After that, nothing would grow in that field for an entire year, not a single crop. The soil seemed dead. I wanted to ask her more, but the way she told the story, quickly, quietly, like she was ashamed of it, made me hesitate. These kinds of superstitious stories aren't uncommon in our village, especially among the older generations. But coming so soon after what I'd seen, it felt connected somehow. It's been 2 years now since that day in the forest. I've never gone back to that specific part of the woods. I've tried to convince myself that there must be a logical explanation. Maybe the sheep was placed there by someone playing a prank. Maybe it was part of some ritual or tradition I don't understand. But deep down, I know that whatever put that sheep in that tree isn't something I want to understand. Sometimes, late at night, I still look at the picture on my phone. The image is still clear. A white sheep, impossibly perched high, in a dead tree, looking for all the world like it was placed there by something that doesn't follow the same rules of reality that we do. I don't know what happened in those woods. I don't know if it was something natural, something human, or something else. All I know is that whenever I think about going camping again, I remember the sight of that sheep and the silence of the forest around us, and I decide to stay home instead. Story 14. I still get chills thinking about what happened back in October, a few years ago when I was 21. I've never really told anyone the full story, but I need to get this off my chest. Back then, I had this habit of taking these long walks whenever I felt stressed or overwhelmed. It was my way of clearing my head, you know. Just me, my thoughts, and the rhythm of my footsteps. Nothing fancy, just walking until whatever was bothering me didn't seem so big anymore. That particular evening, I'd had a massive fight with my roommate about unpaid bills and dirty dishes. Typical stupid stuff that feels like the end of the world when you're young. I stormed out of our apartment with no real destination in mind. Just needed to walk it off. It was that perfect autumn weather where the air has this crisp edge to it, but you don't quite need a heavy jacket yet. The sun was starting to set, painting everything in that golden orange light. I remember the leaves crunching under my feet as I walked, the sound oddly satisfying as I replayed the argument in my head. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. That was my first mistake. I just kept walking, one foot in front of the other, turning randomly at intersections, completely lost in my own head. It wasn't until the street lights started coming on that I actually looked up and realized where I was. Downtown. And not the nice part with the coffee shops and boutiques, but the part my parents always warned me to avoid. The part where vacant storefronts had metal security gates, where graffiti covered most walls, and where people didn't exactly hang around for the scenery. My stomach dropped. I'd wandered at least 4 miles from my apartment, and now it was getting dark. The golden sunset had faded to that blue-gray twilight that quickly turns to night. The streets were emptying of the normal people, and the night crowd was starting to emerge. I immediately turned to head back, but realized I wasn't entirely sure which direction back was. Panic started to rise in my chest. I pulled out my phone, only 20% battery left. Great. I opened my map app and saw I was on Westbrook Avenue. If I could just make it back to the main road, I could probably catch a bus or call an Uber. As I was trying to orient myself, I spotted a game store about half a block ahead, its neon open sign like a beacon. Perfect, I thought. I could wait there until I felt safe enough to leave or until I could get a ride. I started walking toward it, quickening my pace. That's when I noticed them, a group of men standing near the entrance of the store. 6 of them, just loitering, smoking, talking loudly, passing something between them that I couldn't identify in the growing darkness. I slowed down, suddenly unsure. They were right in front of the store, and there was no way to get in without walking past them. But I was already moving in their direction, and turning around suddenly might draw attention. I decided to just keep my head down, walk quickly, and hope they'd ignore me. That was my second mistake. Hey you! Yeah, you in the blue jacket," one of them called out when I was about 20 feet away. I pretended not to hear, kept my eyes forward. "I know you hear me talking to you." His voice was sharper now, commanding. The smart thing would have been to keep walking, but some stupid part of my brain thought ignoring them would make things worse. So I stopped and glanced their way, trying to look casual and unafraid. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound bored, uninterested. One of them stepped forward slightly. He was tall, maybe in his 30s, with a patchy beard and a scar above his left eyebrow. "Why don't you come hang with us for a bit? We're just having a good time." "No thanks," I said, forcing a smile. "I'm actually meeting someone." He smiled back, but it never reached his eyes. "No, you're not. You're all alone out here. Come on, don't be like that." The others were watching now, their conversation dying down as they focused on me. One of them, shorter, with a red bandana tied around his neck, joined the first guy. "What's your hurry? It's early. We're just being friendly." I appreciate it. but I really need to get going. I took a step backward, my heart hammering in my chest. What size shoe you wear? Red Bandana asked suddenly. The question was so bizarre that I actually stopped. What? Your shoes, what size are they? I don't. Why does that matter? They all laughed at that, like I'd said something hilarious. The tall one with the scar nudged Red Bandana and muttered something I couldn't hear. You got a nice phone? Another one called out. Let me see what kind of phone you got. I instinctively put my hand over my pocket. It's just an old one. Nothing special. They were slowly spreading out now, not obviously threatening, but somehow their positioning felt deliberate, like they were cutting off exit routes. The tallest one, standing slightly back from the others, hadn't spoken yet. He was watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Then he stepped forward, and the others fell quiet. You want some candy? He asked, his voice lower than the others. There was something in the way he said it that made my blood run cold. He wasn't offering actual candy. That much was obvious from his tone, from the way the others smirked. Whatever he was offering was something much more dangerous. No, I said, my voice coming out steadier than I expected. I don't want anything. Everyone wants something, he replied, taking another step toward me. Pretty young thing like you, walking all alone, coming to our part of town. You're looking for something. I realized then that I couldn't safely get to the game store. They were deliberately blocking the entrance, and even if I got past them, I'd be trapped inside if they decided to wait for me. I think I took a wrong turn, I said, backing up further. I'll just head back the way I came. I turned and started walking away, trying to keep my pace normal, fighting the urge to run. Behind me, they erupted into laughter, not the good-natured kind, but something cruel and knowing, like predators who'd found easy prey. Hey, one of them called after me. Don't you want your candy? More laughter, and then the sound of footsteps. Were they following me? I didn't dare look back to check. I walked faster, my breath coming in short bursts. When I reached the corner, I took a sharp left down a side street, and then, when I thought they couldn't see me anymore, I ran. I ran like I've never run before, down unfamiliar streets, past startled pedestrians, my lungs burning and a stitch forming in my side. I ran until I couldn't hear anything except the pounding of my heart and the rasp of my breathing. Eventually, I had to stop, bending over with my hands on my knees, gasping for air. I'd ended up in some kind of residential area, safer looking, with well-lit houses and parked cars. There was no sign of the men following me. Had they actually followed at all, or had I just panicked and imagined the footsteps? I'll never know for sure, but the fear was real either way. I checked my phone, down to 15% now, and managed to figure out where I was. I called an Uber, and while I waited, I pressed myself against a wall in a spot where a streetlight illuminated the area. Every sound made me jump. Every passing car made me tense up. The Uber driver probably thought I was on drugs or something. I practically dove into his car when he arrived, constantly checking the rearview mirror the entire ride home. I didn't relax until I was safely back in my apartment with the door locked behind me. My roommate took one look at my face and forgot all about our fight. "What happened to you?" she asked. I just shook my head. I couldn't talk about it yet. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice asking, "You want some candy?" It wasn't just the words. It was the way he said them, like he was letting me in on some terrible secret. Like he knew something about me that even I didn't know. I never walked downtown again after that. Not even in daylight. Not even with friends. My roommate thought I was overreacting. They were just some creeps. They didn't actually do anything. But she hadn't been there. She hadn't felt what I felt, that I'd narrowly escaped something terrible. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I still hear that voice asking me if I want candy. And sometimes, in my worst moments, I wonder what would have happened if I'd said yes. What kind of candy was he offering? Drugs? Something worse? I don't think I'll ever know exactly what their intentions were that night. Maybe they were just trying to scare me for fun. Maybe they were planning to rob me. Or maybe it was something much darker. What I do know is this: I was lucky. I got away. But I can't shake the feeling that somewhere in an alternate universe, there's a version of me who didn't. A version who hesitated too long, or who tried to be polite, or who said yes to the candy. And that thought keeps me up at night more than anything else. Story 15. I still can't explain what happened that night in the Chase Brook Preserve. It's been almost 6 months, and I get chills every time I drive past that place. I've literally started taking the long way home just to avoid seeing those trees. For context, Chase Brook is this small wildlife area sandwiched between two neighborhoods in our town, maybe 60 acres total. Nothing special really, just basic hiking trails through some woods and a small creek running through it. During the day, you'll find people walking dogs or families with little kids checking out the nature signs. Normal suburban stuff. My friend Taylor had been talking about the preserve feeling off for weeks. We'd all grown up using those trails, me, Taylor, Marcus, Danny, and Corey. But recently Taylor kept saying he felt like something was watching him whenever he went there. We mostly laughed it off. Taylor's always been the paranoid one in our group, constantly reading about cryptids and watching those ghost hunting shows. Last Friday night we were all hanging out at my place with nothing to do. My parents were away for the weekend, and we'd already binged through our usual shows. That's when Taylor brought it up again. I'm telling you guys, there's something not right about Chase Brook at night. Marcus rolled his eyes. Dude, you've been saying that for like a month. Because it's true, Taylor insisted. Last week I was cutting through on my way home from work, and I swear something followed me the entire time. I could hear it moving in the trees, but whenever I turned around, nothing was there. Probably just a raccoon, Danny said, not looking up from her phone. Taylor shook his head. It wasn't a raccoon. Whatever it was big. That's when Corey, always the thrill seeker, jumped in. Let's go check it out. I remember looking at the time. It was almost 11 at night. You want to go to the preserve now? I asked. Why not? Corey grinned. What else are we doing? If Taylor's right, we might see something cool. If he's wrong, we can finally put this to rest. And that's how 5 idiots ended up piling into my Honda Civic at 11:30 on a Friday night, heading to Chase Brook Preserve, with nothing but our phone flashlights and a misplaced sense of adventure. The preserve parking lot was empty when we arrived, which wasn't surprising given the hour. I pulled in and killed the engine, and immediately the darkness felt heavier than it should have. The entrance to the main trail was barely visible, just a gap in the wall of trees illuminated by the single security light at the edge of the lot. I'm already getting bad vibes, Danny said, half joking as we got out of the car. Don't be such a baby, Corey laughed, already heading toward the trailhead. I locked the car. I always lock my car. It's automatic for me. And we all turned on our phone flashlights before following the trail into the woods. The temperature seemed to drop as soon as we stepped under the tree cover. It was mid-June, but suddenly it felt like April. The main trail is a loop that takes about 45 minutes to walk during daylight. At night, with just our phones lighting the way, it felt like we were moving through molasses. Every sound was amplified, twigs snapping under our feet, leaves rustling in the slight breeze, the distant call of an owl. About 10 minutes in, Taylor grabbed my arm. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. We all stopped. At first I didn't hear anything unusual, just the normal nighttime forest sounds, but then I noticed a strange absence. The background noise of crickets and frogs had completely stopped. "Where did the animals go?" Marcus asked, voicing what we were all thinking. Corey, who had been walking slightly ahead, turned back to us with an exaggerated, spooky face. "Maybe they're hiding from the monster," he teased. "This isn't funny," Danny said, and I could hear the genuine unease in her voice. "You guys are being ridiculous," Corey said. "I'm going ahead to scout. Try not to pee yourselves while I'm gone." Before anyone could stop him, Corey jogged ahead, his flashlight beam bouncing through the trees until it disappeared around a bend in the trail. That's when it happened. I've tried 100 different ways to describe what I felt next, but nothing quite captures it. It was like the entire forest suddenly became aware of us. The air got thick, not humid, but dense, like it was pressing against my skin from all directions. My ears popped like when you're changing altitude, and a pressure began building inside my head. "Do you guys feel that?" I whispered, my voice sounding strange and muffled in my own ears. Marcus nodded, his eyes wide. "What the fuck is happening?" Taylor was frozen in place, his flashlight beam shaking wildly as his hand trembled. "I told you," he said, his voice barely audible. "I told you something was here." Danny made a small whimpering sound and actually dropped to one knee, pressing her hands against her temples. "My head," she gasped. "It hurts. It feels like something squeezing my brain." I knelt beside her, but I was fighting the same sensation, like invisible hands were constricting around my skull. The closest thing I can compare it to is the worst sinus pressure you've ever felt, combined with that sensation when you're in deep water and the pressure builds in your ears. But it wasn't just physical. There was an emotional component too, a deep primal fear that bypassed all rational thought. It didn't feel like normal fear. When you're scared of something tangible, like a bear or a person with a knife, there's a direct threat. Your body goes into fight or flight. This was different. This felt like the forest itself was rejecting us, pushing against our presence with a force that transcended physical boundaries. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that we needed to leave. Not just because we were scared, but because something was actively telling us to go. There were no words, no visible threat, just an overwhelming, unmistakable message: get out. "We need to find Corey," Marcus said, his voice strained. I called out, "Corey, Corey, come back." My voice sounded wrong, like it was being swallowed by the air around us. No response. "Corey!" we all shouted together. Nothing. The pressure in my head intensified, and I swear I could feel something watching us, not from one direction, but from everywhere, as if the trees themselves had eyes. "We have to go," I said, helping Danny to her feet. "Now." "But Corey," Taylor started. "He went ahead. He knows the way back to the parking lot," I insisted, though I was terrified for him. "We'll call him once we're out of here." No one argued. We turned around and started moving back toward the entrance, our pace quickly escalating from a fast walk to an all-out run. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly, barely illuminating the path ahead. Branches whipped at my face, and I stumbled several times but managed to stay upright. The pressure followed us, staying just as intense even as we neared the edge of the woods. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger, as if whatever presence was there was angry that we were escaping. When we finally burst out of the tree line into the parking lot, I nearly collapsed with relief. The pressure in my head instantly diminished, not gone completely, but reduced to a dull throb rather than the crushing force it had been moments before. We stood there gasping for breath, the security light casting long shadows across the empty lot. My car sat exactly where we'd left it, looking completely normal and out of place after what we'd just experienced. "Where's Corey?" Danny asked between ragged breaths. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and called him. It went straight to voicemail. "Maybe his phone died," Marcus suggested, though none of us believed that. "We need to wait for him," Taylor said, but he was looking back at the woods with naked fear in his eyes. We huddled together beside my car, nobody wanting to suggest going back in to look for our friend. The minutes stretched painfully as we called Corey's phone repeatedly, each time getting his voicemail. After what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes, I noticed something strange about my car. The interior dome light was on. "Did I leave the light on?" I asked, moving closer to peer through the window. "No way," Marcus said, joining me. "We would have noticed when we got out." I tried the driver's door, expecting it to be unlocked, but it was still firmly locked. All the doors were. I checked each one to be sure. "How is the interior light on if the doors are locked?" Danny asked, her voice rising with panic. I used my key fob to unlock the car, and the locks clicked open with their usual sound. Cautiously, I opened the driver's door and looked inside. Everything appeared normal. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing or disturbed. But the dome light was definitely on, though it should only activate when a door opens. "Something got inside," Taylor whispered. "Something that didn't need to unlock the doors." A chill ran up my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. I was about to respond when movement at the edge of the woods caught my eye. Corey was walking toward us, completely calm, his flashlight swinging casually at his side. "Dude!" Marcus shouted, relief evident in his voice. "Where the hell were you? We've been calling you." Corey looked confused. "My phone's been on the whole time. I didn't get any calls." He pulled it out to check, then frowned. "That's weird. No service. But I was only gone for like 20 minutes. What are you all freaking out about?" We stared at him in disbelief. Did you feel anything in there?" I asked hesitantly. Corey shrugged. "Like what?" "Pressure," Danny said. "In your head, like the forest was squeezing you." "Or being watched," Taylor added. Corey laughed. "No, nothing like that. I just walked the trail for a bit. It was peaceful. I was actually kind of disappointed when you guys didn't follow." He looked at our faces and his smile faded. "Wait, you're serious? You actually felt something?" "We all did," Marcus confirmed. "It was like the forest was telling us to get out." Corey's expression shifted from confusion to excitement. "And I missed it, damn it. I actually went off trail a bit and was talking out loud, like, 'If there's anything here, come out and show yourself.' I was trying to provoke a reaction. I felt a chill at his words. "You challenged it?" "Yeah, I guess," Corey said, then looked at the car. "Why is your dome light on?" We quickly told him about returning to find the interior light activated despite the locked doors. Instead of being frightened, Corey seemed intrigued. "So whatever it was, it affected all of you, got into a locked car, but completely ignored me? That's bizarre." "We need to go," Danny insisted. "Now." No one argued. We piled into my car, and I started the engine with hands that still weren't entirely steady. As we pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror at the dark wall of trees behind us. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw movement just inside the tree line. Not an animal or a person, but a shifting of the darkness itself, as if the shadows were coalescing into something watching us leave. That was 6 months ago. None of us has been back to Chase Brook since that night. Corey wanted to return the next weekend with cameras and audio recorders, but even he backed down when he saw how serious the rest of us were about never setting foot in those woods again. The strangest part is how that place still affects us. If we're driving past and the preserve comes into view, I get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck. Danny says she gets instant headaches. Marcus claims he can't even look at the trees without feeling sick to his stomach. Only Corey seems immune. He still talks about going back someday, trying to understand what happened. Maybe because whatever was there didn't see him as a threat. Or maybe, and this thought keeps me up at night, it marked him somehow, selected him. All I know is that something in those woods is aware. It doesn't want people there after dark, and it has ways of making its presence known that defy explanation. I don't know if it's dangerous or just territorial, but I'm not willing to find out. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I feel that same pressure building behind my eyes, just for a moment. And I wonder if whatever lives in Chase Brook Preserve is checking in, making sure I remember the warning it gave us that night. I remember, and I'm staying away. Story 16. I never thought I'd be sharing this. It's been 6 years, and I still can't explain what happened in my bedroom that winter. Sometimes I wonder if writing it down will help make sense of it all, but I'm not sure anything ever will. I was 16 when it started. My mom always said I had the gift, this weird sensitivity to energies and spirits that ran in her side of the family. Growing up, I could sometimes feel presences in certain places or get sudden cold chills for no reason. Mom would just nod knowingly when I'd mention these things, while Dad would roll his eyes behind his newspaper. Our house was nothing special, just a regular 2-story in a cookie-cutter suburb outside Portland. My bedroom was upstairs at the end of the hall, painted lavender, my 13-year-old self's choice, with fairy lights strung across the ceiling. Normal teenage girl stuff. It began with curiosity. My best friend Jenna had gotten into tarot cards, and I thought it was cool how she could seemingly predict things. Then I found this second-hand bookstore downtown that had an entire section on witchcraft. Something about it just called to me. I told myself it was harmless, just spiritual exploration, connecting with nature, finding my path. My mom seemed quietly supportive, though she warned me to be respectful of what you don't understand. I started small, just meditation, learning about crystals, studying the phases of the moon. I made a little altar in the corner of my room with stones, feathers, and candles. I'd cast simple spells for better grades, or to make Jake Thompson notice me in biology class. I still went to church with my parents on Sundays and didn't see any conflict. It all felt empowering. Then around November, something shifted. I'd been having trouble with this girl at school, Mackenzie, who spread rumors about me and made my life hell. One night, frustrated and angry, I decided to try something different. I found this spell online about binding negative energy. It required personal items from the target, which I didn't have, so I improvised. I used a photo from her Instagram, wrote her name on a piece of paper, and sealed it in a jar with vinegar, pins, and black salt. I remember feeling this rush as I did it, like electricity running through my veins. It scared me a little, but it also felt good. The next day, Mackenzie wasn't at school, or the day after. When she came back the following week, she looked pale and sick. She'd had some kind of severe food poisoning. I told myself it was coincidence, but deep down I felt responsible. And instead of being horrified, part of me liked that power. That's when things started happening in my room. It began with footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps crossing my bedroom floor when I was alone in the house. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or my imagination, but they were too rhythmic, too purposeful. Sometimes they'd start at my door and walk toward my altar, then stop. Other times they'd circle my bed while I pretended to sleep, heart pounding so hard I thought it would break my ribs. Then came the cold spots. We had central heating, but certain corners of my room became frigid, no matter how high we turned up the thermostat. My dad even called in a technician who found nothing wrong with our system. I'd wake up at night and see my breath clouding in front of my face, even though the rest of the house was perfectly warm. I knew something was there, watching, waiting. I could feel eyes on me constantly, especially when I changed clothes or tried to sleep. The pressure in the room became unbearable, like being underwater with something circling beneath you. By December, I was sleeping maybe 3 or 4 hours a night. My grades tanked. My parents thought I was just going through a phase or maybe dealing with depression. They even took me to a therapist who prescribed meditation techniques. If only she knew that's partly what had gotten me into this mess. Instead of backing off from witchcraft, I doubled down. I was convinced I could protect myself with the right spell or charm. I stayed up all night researching protection magic and created this talisman, a small pouch filled with herbs, stones, and symbols drawn in my own blood, just a tiny bit from a needle prick. I placed it under my pillow, certain it would keep whatever was in my room at bay. That's when everything escalated. The night after I made the talisman, I woke to whispers. Not English, nothing I could understand, but definitely words. Low, urgent muttering that seemed to come from inside my own head and from every corner of the room simultaneously. When I turned on my lamp, they'd stop, only to resume the moment darkness returned. Sleep paralysis became my nightly companion. I'd wake up completely frozen, unable to move or scream while feeling an overwhelming weight on my chest. And I always felt like something was standing just out of my field of vision, watching me struggle. I started sleeping with the lights on, which infuriated my dad because of the electricity bill. I begged to sleep in my parents' room or even the living room couch, but they insisted I was too old for such childish fears. If only they knew. One night in January, I remember it was a Thursday because I had a history test the next day. I experienced the worst episode yet. I'd finally fallen asleep around midnight after finishing some homework. Around 3 in the morning, I jolted awake with that familiar sensation of being watched. But this time, I wasn't paralyzed. I could move, but I almost wished I couldn't. Because there, beside my bed, was a figure. It wasn't clearly defined, more like a dense shadow that somehow absorbed the darkness around it. Female-shaped, but with no discernible features, except for what looked like long, flowing hair moving as if underwater. It didn't have eyes that I could see, but I knew it was staring at me. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe through a wet blanket, and the temperature had dropped so dramatically that I was shaking uncontrollably. My first instinct was to scream, but something stopped me. A voice in my head, my own voice, kept repeating, "You invited this. You opened the door." And I knew, with absolute certainty, that it was right. Whatever this was, it had come because I had called it, intentionally or not. In that moment of clarity, my fear transformed into something else. Not bravery exactly, but resignation mixed with a strange sort of compassion. If I had brought this entity here through my dabbling, then maybe I could send it away through the same connection. I remember closing my eyes and thinking, not saying out loud, just thinking very deliberately, I forgive you and I forgive myself. You don't need to stay here anymore. The change was immediate and overwhelming. The oppressive weight in the room didn't vanish, but it shifted. The malevolence dissipated, replaced by something that felt like profound sadness. The figure remained, but its posture seemed to slump, as if in relief or resignation. And then I felt it. Waves of emotion that weren't mine. Confusion, loneliness, a desperate desire to be acknowledged. And underneath it all, a sense of being trapped between worlds, neither here nor there. In that moment, I wasn't afraid anymore. I felt pure empathy for this entity, this spirit, whatever it was. It wasn't evil, it was lost and had latched onto the energy I'd been carelessly throwing around. I see you, I whispered aloud, but this isn't where you belong. The figure seemed to nod, just a slight movement that could have been my imagination. Then it began to fade, not dramatically like smoke dispersing, but gradually, like watercolors bleeding into paper. The cold receded with it, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe fully. I slept deeply that night and woke up with a clarity I hadn't experienced since before all this started. The first thing I did was dismantle my altar. I threw away all my witchcraft books, herbs, candles, everything, not in fear, but out of respect for forces I clearly didn't understand. My parents were surprised by my sudden interest in attending church more regularly, but they didn't question it. I never told them what happened. How could I explain that their teenage daughter had accidentally invited something supernatural into their home? For months afterward, I'd occasionally feel a faint presence in my room, not threatening anymore, just there, like an echo. I'd acknowledge it silently and go about my business, and it would eventually fade. Then, almost exactly a year after my encounter with the shadow figure, our house caught fire. It started in the electrical wiring in the upstairs, right near my bedroom. Thankfully, we were all at my aunt's Christmas party when it happened, so nobody was hurt. But the entire second floor was destroyed. As I stood watching firefighters douse the remains of my bedroom, I felt a strange sense of completion, like whatever residual energy had been lingering there was finally released. When we rebuilt 6 months later, the house felt completely different, lighter, clearer. No more footsteps, no more cold spots, no more watching eyes. I'm 22 now and studying psychology at college. Sometimes I try to rationalize what happened. Sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination fueled by teenage hormones and stress, maybe even a gas leak that caused hallucinations. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. I still don't know if I actually conjured something or just opened a door that was better left closed. I don't know if the entity was human once or something else entirely. And I don't know if my forgiveness helped it move on or if the fire finally released whatever was keeping it tied to our house. What I do know is that there are forces beyond our understanding, and they deserve respect, not casual experimentation. I haven't touched anything remotely related to witchcraft since that night. Not out of fear, but out of profound respect for boundaries I now realize exist for a reason. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep in my apartment, I catch myself listening for footsteps or feeling for cold spots, but they never come. Whatever door I opened has been firmly closed, and I intend to keep it that way. Story 17. I still can't sleep through the night. 3 years later, and I still wake up in cold sweats, hearing that girl's voice turn into something else entirely. I'm writing this down because my therapist says it might help, but honestly, I don't think anything will ever take away what happened that night. I was working the late shift at the County Emergency Call Center in Mineral County, Nevada. Small town stuff where most calls are about noise complaints, the occasional domestic, or someone's cow wandering onto the highway. Thursday nights were usually quiet, and this one started no different. Rain was coming down hard outside. We'd been having an unusual wet spell for October. I remember checking my watch at around 11:30, thinking I only had a few more hours until I could go home, grab some sleep, and then head over to Jerry and Karen's place for breakfast. Karen's my little sister, and her husband Jerry had promised to take me riding on his new motorcycle that weekend. Guy was obsessed with that Harley. The phone rang at 11:42 exactly. I remember because I'd just finished logging a call about a raccoon in someone's trash cans. 911, what's your emergency? Standard greeting, standard night. The voice on the other end was high-pitched, frantic. A young girl, maybe 10 or 11, sobbing so hard I could barely make out the words. Please help. My daddy's trapped. The garage is on fire. My training kicked in immediately. Keep them calm, get the information, send help. I lowered my voice, made it steady. I'm here to help. What's your name, sweetheart? Emily, she choked out between sobs. Please hurry. Emily, I need you to take a deep breath for me. Can you tell me what happened? Daddy was cleaning his car. She was hyperventilating. He put the gas can next to the space heater. It exploded. He's trapped inside. There's so much smoke. I was already typing into the system, preparing to dispatch fire and rescue. Emily, I need your address. Where are you calling from? 1943 Cottonwood Drive. She started screaming. I can hear him. He's screaming. Please hurry. I dispatched the closest units immediately. We only had 2 engines and 1 ambulance on duty that night. Small town, like I said. Help is on the way, Emily. Are you somewhere safe, away from the fire? I'm on the front lawn, she said, her voice quavering. I can see the flames through the garage windows. It's so big. Stay where you are. Don't go back inside for any reason. The firefighters will be there in just a few minutes. I kept her talking, asked about her age, 11. If anyone else was home, just her and her dad, trying to keep her calm while I monitored the response team's progress. 8 minutes later, Engine 2 radioed in. Dispatch, we're at the location. There's no structure fire, no residents at this address, at all. I felt my stomach drop. Confirm location, Engine 2? 1943 Cottonwood Drive. It's an abandoned general store. Building's been vacant for years. No fire, no smoke, nothing but rain. I turned back to the call. Emily, are you still there? The firefighters can't find your house. There was a moment of silence, then a sound that made the hair on my neck stand up. A laugh that started as a child's giggle, but dropped several octaves until it was clearly a grown man's voice. Oops, guess I gave you the wrong address. The voice was no longer a little girl's. It was deep, male, amused. My blood ran cold. Sir, falsely reporting an emergency is a crime. He laughed again. What are you going to do about it, dispatcher? Trace the call? Good luck with that. He was using some kind of voice modulator or app. It had that slightly digital quality. Why would you do this? I asked. trying to keep my professional tone while feeling my face grow hot with anger. Remember a call last Friday about a car break-in on Sage Street? Guy had his tools stolen from his work truck? I didn't personally remember it. We get dozens of calls a day, but I said nothing. That was me, he continued. Took the sheriff 2 hours to show up. Then he just took a report and left. Never heard anything again. My stuff's still gone, and nobody gives a shit. So I figured, why not waste your time like you wasted mine? Sir, emergency services prioritize life-threatening. Save it, he interrupted. Your precious emergency services are now on the wrong side of town chasing ghosts while I'm sitting here dry and comfortable. Mission accomplished. The line went dead. I immediately notified my supervisor, filed a report about the false call, and we tried to trace it, but it was a burner phone. The firefighters were called back to the station, and I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling the call had left me with. 23 minutes later, at 12:14 a.m., another call came in. 911, what's your emergency? A panicked male voice. There's been an accident. A motorcycle crashed on Old Route 95, about 2 miles past the Hawthorne turnoff. The guy's in bad shape. This wasn't a prank. The terror in the caller's voice was real. I dispatched the ambulance and the sheriff while keeping the caller on the line. He was a truck driver who'd come upon the scene, said the motorcyclist had wiped out on a curve, probably because of the rain-slicked road. He's breathing but unconscious, the trucker told me. There's a lot of blood. I'm afraid to move him. You're doing the right thing, I assured him. Help is on the way. But our units were still returning from the fake call on the other side of the county. The nearest ambulance was 18 minutes out. 18 minutes. That's what that prank call cost us. I stayed on the line with the trucker, giving him first aid instructions, listening to his increasingly desperate attempts to keep the motorcyclist alive. He stopped breathing, he shouted at one point. I talked him through CPR, while silently willing our ambulance to drive faster. When they finally arrived, the EMTs worked frantically to stabilize him. I could hear it all through the trucker's phone, which he'd set down to help them. They loaded him up and took off for the regional hospital in Fallon, 40 minutes away. I ended the call with the trucker and waited for updates. When it came, it hit me like a physical blow. Dispatch, this is Unit 17. Patient identified as Jerry Williams, male, 34. Lost vitals en route to hospital. Resuscitation attempts unsuccessful. Time of death, 12:52 a.m. Jerry Williams, my brother-in-law. The man whose house I was supposed to have breakfast at in a few hours. I don't remember much after that. They tell me I screamed, that I had to be physically restrained from leaving my post, that I kept saying over and over, I killed him, I killed Jerry. The next few days were a blur, telling Karen, the funeral, the investigation into the prank call that found nothing, the nightmares where I heard that voice morph from little girl to mocking man, over and over and over. I tried to go back to work 2 weeks later. I couldn't do it. Every time the phone rang, my heart would race, and I'd hear that laugh. I'd wonder if it was him again, playing another prank that might cost someone else their life. I'd think about how those 18 minutes might have saved Jerry. I quit after my third shift back, applied for disability based on PTSD, got denied twice before they finally approved it. Started seeing a therapist who specializes in first responder trauma. It's been 3 years. Karen doesn't talk to me anymore. She says she doesn't blame me, but I can see it in her eyes. The question, what if you'd somehow known it was a prank sooner? What if you'd gotten help to Jerry faster? The thing that haunts me most isn't just Jerry's death. It's that the man who made that call is still out there, living his life, maybe making other calls. Did he ever find out what his prank really cost? Does he know he's responsible for killing someone? Or does he just remember it as the night he got back at the system that failed him over some stolen tools? I've moved to a different town now. Can't stand to see the pitying looks from people who know the story. Can't drive past that curve on old Route 95. Can't look at motorcycles without feeling sick. My therapist says I need to forgive myself, that the caller bears the moral responsibility, not me, that I did everything by the book. But the book doesn't account for the way time stretches when someone you love is dying on a dark road in the rain, with help still minutes away. The book doesn't tell you how to stop hearing that voice transform from a frightened child to a cold, calculating adult. The book doesn't explain how to live with knowing that a petty, spiteful act by a stranger took someone irreplaceable from the world. Sometimes I sit by my phone, hoping against reason that somehow he'll call again, and this time we'll catch him. Other times I'm terrified he will, all because someone thought it would be funny to pretend a little girl's father was dying in a fire on a rainy Thursday night in October, when everything in my world changed forever. Story 18. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 3 months now, and it's time I finally get it out. I've tried talking to Larry about it, but he just gets this 1,000-yard stare and changes the subject. My dog Buster still hasn't fully recovered either. He used to be the most playful lab you'd ever meet, but now he growls at shadows and refuses to go out after dark. I'm writing this down partly to process what happened, but also as a warning. Stay the hell away from Witch's Way. For context, Witch's Way is what the locals call an old Forest Service road that cuts through about 8 miles of dense woodland outside our town. It's not on most maps, just a dirt road barely wide enough for one vehicle that loggers used decades ago. The name has been around since I was a kid, but I always thought it was just something the older kids made up to scare us. That Saturday in October started normal enough. Larry and I have this tradition where we hike with my dog Buster on weekends. The weather was perfect. Cool, but not cold. Slightly overcast, but not gloomy. We parked at the trailhead around 2 in the afternoon and started making our way down Witch's Way. About a mile in, Larry brought up that Slender Man documentary he'd been watching. I'm not big into creepypasta stuff, but I played along, debating whether these internet legends could have any basis in reality. Buster was running ahead, completely in his element, sniffing every tree and bush along the path. I think all these legends have to come from somewhere, Larry was saying, like people in different cultures having similar monsters in their folklore. There's got to be something behind it. I was about to respond with some sarcastic comment when the first weird thing happened. The sound started so subtly, I thought it was just the wind picking up. But within seconds, I realized this wasn't normal. It began as a low whistle that gradually shifted into something mechanical, almost like a chainsaw, but wrong somehow. Then it changed again into what I can only describe as a deer's distress call, but distorted and layered like several animals crying out at once. I looked at Larry, whose face had gone completely white. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. Buster, who had been about 20 feet ahead of us, suddenly froze. His ears went back, his tail tucked between his legs, and he started making this low whimpering sound I'd never heard from him before. That scared me more than the noise. Buster is a 70-pound lab who once stood down a black bear that wandered into our campsite. He doesn't scare easily. That's when I noticed the pine tree about 50 yards ahead of us. It was shaking, not swaying like trees do in the wind, but violently shaking as if something massive was climbing it or pushing against it. The other trees around it weren't moving at all. "Larry," I said, my voice barely audible, "we need to go back." But before we could move, it hit me, the smell. I've spent my life in rural areas. I've dealt with everything from skunk spray to rotting carcasses, but nothing prepared me for this. It was like someone had mixed gasoline with weeks-old garbage and concentrated it 100 times over. It hit in a wave so powerful, I actually collapsed to my knees and retched. As I was doubled over, I saw them for the first time, movements in my peripheral vision, dark shapes darting between trees at impossible speeds. Not animals, too tall, too fluid in their movements. I couldn't focus on them directly. Every time I turned my head, they seemed to shift just out of my field of vision. "Jackson," Larry's voice sounded distant, even though he was right beside me. "Something's wrong. I can't breathe right." I looked up to see Larry bent over, vomiting violently. His face had taken on a gray pallor that made my heart rate spike even higher. But what made my blood truly run cold was the sound that started emanating from the woods around us. A high-pitched, whistling breath interspersed with what sounded like chanting in a language I couldn't identify. The voices seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. That's when I saw her. Standing at the edge of the tree line was a woman, if you could call her that. She was impossibly tall, at least 7 feet, wearing what looked like a tattered black cloak. Her face was hidden in shadow, but her hair hung down like a black curtain, unnaturally still despite the breeze. Her arms were too long for her body, ending in fingers that were crooked and elongated. She stood completely motionless for what felt like an eternity, just watching us. Then she took a step forward, and the air around her seemed to warp and distort, like heat rising from asphalt in summer. The smell changed as she approached, now mixed with something like burning sagebrush. I could feel my consciousness starting to slip as the stench overwhelmed me. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. I was paralyzed. She reached out one of those horrible hands toward me. I could see now that her fingers ended in nails that were more like talons, yellowed and curved. I was certain I was about to die. Then Buster, my brave, loyal Buster, lunged forward with a ferocity I'd never seen, barking and snarling as he positioned himself between me and the witch. His intervention broke whatever spell had been holding me in place. I scrambled backward, falling over roots and rocks in my panic. The witch, I don't know what else to call her, made a sound like rusted metal grinding together, and kicked Buster with such force that he flew several feet through the air, yelping in pain when he hit the ground. My heart shattered at the sound. Then she turned her attention back to me, her movements unnaturally fluid, almost insect-like. Before I could react, she leapt, not toward me but upward into the trees, moving with a speed and agility that defied physics. Her cloak billowed around her as she vanished into the canopy with a scream that will haunt me forever. Part woman, part bird of prey, but wholly unnatural. For a moment, there was silence. Larry had stopped vomiting and was on his hands and knees, gasping for breath. Buster was whimpering where he'd fallen. I started to crawl toward my dog, desperate to check if he was okay. That's when she descended again, dropping from the trees directly in my path. This time, I could see her face, and that sight will stay with me until the day I die. It was like looking at two faces superimposed on each other. One a young woman of disturbing beauty, the other an ancient hag with deep wrinkles and rotting teeth. But both faces shared the same wild gray eyes that seemed to glow from within. She opened her mouth, revealing teeth that were too numerous and too sharp to be human, and began speaking, or rather muttering, in that same guttural language I'd heard in the chanting. With each word she spoke, I felt a burning sensation spread through my abdomen, like acid was dissolving me from the inside. Her hand reached for my face, those long fingers just inches away, when Buster, somehow finding the strength, lunged at her again. His teeth connected with her arm, and she let out a shriek that made my ears feel like they were bleeding. In that moment of distraction, I found my footing and ran toward Larry, grabbing his arm and pulling him up. "Run!" I screamed, but Larry seemed disoriented, his eyes unfocused. I half-dragged him back the way we'd come, calling frantically for Buster to follow. I heard the sounds of struggle. Behind us, my dog growling and the witch making those awful metallic screams. It tore me apart to keep going, but some primal part of me knew we'd all die if I turned back. We'd made it maybe 100 yards when Buster came tearing past us, his fur matted with something dark that didn't look like blood, more like oil or tar. The relief I felt seeing him alive was overwhelming, but short-lived as the forest around us seemed to close in, the trees bending inward over the path, blocking what little light had been filtering through the canopy. The fog came next, rolling in so quickly it couldn't have been natural. Within seconds, visibility dropped to mere feet. I lost sight of the path and realized with mounting horror that I had no idea which direction led back to the car. Larry collapsed again, and this time he didn't get up. His eyes rolled back in his head as he fell unconscious. I tried shaking him, slapping his face, anything to wake him, but nothing worked. Buster stood guard, his hackles raised, growling at the surrounding fog. That's when I saw her silhouette again, a tall, thin shadow hovering just at the edge of visibility. She was moving slowly now, almost playfully, like she knew we were trapped. I could hear that whistling breath getting closer. In desperation, I dragged Larry behind a fallen log and tried to make ourselves as small as possible. Buster pressed against my side, trembling but still growling. Through gaps in the fog, I could see the witch circling, getting closer with each pass. Then the unthinkable happened. Larry started convulsing. His back arched unnaturally, and foam appeared at the corners of his mouth. The witch's head snapped in our direction, those gray eyes somehow visible even through the dense fog. She moved toward us with that same unnatural speed. I found myself standing, placing myself between her and Larry. I knew it was futile, but I couldn't just watch her take him. She stopped about 10 feet away, her head tilting at an impossible angle as she studied me. The smell of sagebrush was overwhelming now, making my eyes water and my lungs burn. In a last, desperate act, I grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at her. It passed straight through where her chest should have been, like she wasn't fully solid. She made that grinding metal sound again. I realized with horror that it was her version of laughter. That's when the burning in my abdomen intensified to an unbearable level. I looked down to see my shirt smoking, an actual burn mark appearing on my skin beneath the fabric. I fell to my knees, the pain blinding me. The witch loomed over me, those long fingers reaching for my face again. I felt consciousness slipping away, darkness closing in from the edges of my vision. Buster was barking frantically, but the sound seemed to come from miles away. Just as her fingertips were about to touch my skin, something changed. A single ray of sunlight pierced the fog, landing directly between us. The witch jerked back as if the light had physically struck her, that awful scream erupting from her throat again. More beams of sunlight began breaking through, and with each one, she retreated further. The last thing I remember is her face contorting with rage, as she backed away into the remaining fog, those gray eyes still fixed on me as darkness took me completely. I woke up to Buster licking my face. The fog was gone. The trees were normal. Larry was unconscious beside me, but breathing steadily. Somehow, we were lying in a sunny clearing that I didn't recognize. It took me nearly an hour to get my bearings and help Larry regain consciousness. He had no memory of what had happened after the smell hit us. Buster was physically unharmed except for the strange black substance in his fur, which disappeared when I tried to wipe it away, like it evaporated on contact. The only physical evidence of our encounter was the burn mark on my forearm, a strange, symmetrical pattern that doctors later couldn't explain. They said it looked like some kind of chemical burn, but couldn't identify what caused it. We finally found our way back to the car as the sun was setting. Neither of us has returned to Witch's Way since. Larry refuses to talk about it, and honestly, I don't blame him. Some nights I still wake up smelling sagebrush and gasoline, feeling those gray eyes watching me from the dark corners of my room. I don't expect anyone to believe this. Hell, sometimes I wonder if I believe it myself. But I know what I saw. I know what happened to us out there. And I know that sometimes the legends we tell ourselves have more truth to them than we want to admit.